Tonight, the pivotal series continues with Game 3. The Texas Rangers and the Tampa Bay Rays meet here at Tropicana Field. These two clubs have divided the first two games. The Rays winning the first one 6-2. Last night, Texas prevailing 7-1. And as we look at the wild card, the Rays and the Rangers with identical records atop the wild card standings, 1/2 game ahead of Cleveland. Hi again, everyone. Welcome to Rays Baseball with Brian Anderson, Dwayne Stats. Great to have you aboard. Todd Callis will be with us in just a moment. Well, another big one tonight, down to 12 games left in the regular season. One by one, they're all important. And tonight, Chris Archer goes to the mound for the Rays, coming off a very good performance his last time out against Minnesota.
2 words: carry over. That's exactly what Chris Archer is looking for tonight, because you're right, Dwayne. That last start against the Twins was everything that the Rays and Chris could have wanted. He went 6 innings. Now listen, he did that on just 87 pitches. Could have gone much deeper into that ball game, but the Rays looking to keep him fresh as they head down the stretch here in his last couple of starts. But he gave up just 3 hits, didn't hurt himself with the walk, had the 7 strikeouts, and had all 3 pitches working. Had the fastball was very good, the slider, and we saw a couple of 8+ changeups. So Chris Archer looking to build off that and go right after these Ranger hitters.
And he has been excellent here at Tropicana Field. A 2.67 ERA in 10 starts, winning 5 of those to go with 3 defeats. So it'll be Archer on the hill tonight. Not yet 25 years old. And speaking of youth, the red-hot rookie, Will Myers. He's burning up the American League in the month of September. Todd Callis will break that down for us when we return.
Game 3 of a 4-game series. 6 home games, 6 road games, and that is it for the 2013 regular season. If you go back to 2008 when the Devil Rays became the Rays, in those 5 years, the Rays have made the postseason 3 of the 5, and they've had 2 Rookies of the Year. Evan Longoria in 2008 and Jeremy Hellickson in 2011. Will Myers or Chris Archer gives Tampa Bay a shot at a third Rookie of the Year in the last 6. And there you see the rookie ranks. And for Will Myers, you're talking about second in all the rookies in batting average, behind only Jose Iglesias. But then first in home runs, first in RBIs, first in on-base percentage, first in slugging percentage. This guy wasn't in the big leagues until June 18th. Here's Evan Longoria, the 2008 winner, talking about what you need to win the Rookie of the Year.
The measure of that award, much like all of the major awards, is how much he's helped his team win, and what sort of impact he's had, and I think it's immeasurable at this point. I mean, he's obviously provided us with a ton of offense, a much needed lift when he came up, and with the potential of us getting into the postseason, I think it's pretty clear that he should be high on the list of candidates for Rookie of the Year.
Certainly Chris Archer would be another strong candidate, and tonight is a Website Wednesday. If you want to ask Dwayne or BA a question, here's what the deal is. You tweet your questions to @SunSportsRays and hashtag it AskRays. They'll have the answers tonight. It's all about the final 12 games of the season. We'll be back for baseball in just a little while. 3 minutes and 5 seconds to the first pitch tonight. Derek Holland will be on the mound for the Texas Rangers. Chris Archer will be on the mound for the Rays. Enjoy all the action right around the corner here on Sun Sports.
For the Rays as they battle for a postseason berth. Since his call-up June 18th, Will Myers' big bat has led all rookies in home runs and runs batted in the American League. Chris Archer has made his impact on the mound, winning 9 of his 20 starts and going 5-2 with a 1.92 ERA against the vaunted American League East. Tonight, Will and Chris lead the Rays against the Texas Rangers in a battle for the top spot in the American League wild card race. Welcome to the Wednesday Night Showdown, brought to you by your Tampa Bay area Mazda dealers. Showdown indeed in the wild card race tonight. Ron Washington's Texas Rangers against Joe Maddon's Tampa Bay Rays. Each team in at 86 92 and 68. And the Texas lineup again features Ian Kinsler in the leadoff spot. He'll be the DH tonight, followed by Elvis Andrus, the shortstop, and Alex Rios again hitting third. Adrian Beltre at third. The cleanup man, A.J. Przinsky, catches, hits fifth. Mitch Moreland up in the sixth spot. Jim Adducci in left field will bat seventh. Jurickson Profar is at second base tonight. And in center field, batting ninth, Leonis Martin to round out the lineup for Texas.
And taking the mound tonight for the Tampa Bay Rays going to be right-hander Chris Archer, making his 21st start of the season and coming off a stellar outing up in Minnesota. 6 shutout innings, no walks, 7 strikeouts, and picking up that 9th win. Those season numbers there brought to you by Coventry Healthcare of Florida.
Chris Archer set to go to work. He'll be 25 on the 26th of this month. And here's Kinsler. First pitch of this game, presented by Pinch a Penny, and that's in there for a strike, a fastball from Archer. Archer didn't walk anybody in that outing against Minnesota with 7 strikeouts his last time on the hill. 6 innings of work. This one is low. Kinsler opened the game last night with a home run on the very first pitch, giving Texas their first home run after a 7-game drought and their first lead spread over that period.
Yeah, he really paved the way for this offense, no question.
1-2.
He not only hit that home run to lead the game off, but had driven in the first 3 runs of the game, and then his counterpart right behind him, Elvis Andrus, drove in the next 2 with a home run of his own. They hit 3 on the night.
Yeah, that 1-2 combination in the Texas lineup accounting for 5 runs driven in, 3 runs scored. Tough start for Jeremy Hellickson last night. The Rays utilized 7 pitchers in the game. Strike 3 call. Kinsler caught looking on the fastball in there at 95.
Well, I'll tell you what, and that is what is great about the camera angle here at Tropicana Field. You watch this pitch just bore right down on that inside corner. Molina just seals it right there and absolutely frozen. And that may have been an inch or 2 off, but when it's that close and you leave it in the hands of an umpire, in this case Eric Cooper, you may just get rung up.
Brings up the shortstop, Elvis Andrus. Andrus starting the night at 269. Shortstop out of Venezuela. And that's a nice slider right there. Strike 1 on the first pitch. Boy, Archer has gotten a lot of strikes on that slider. There's another one just off the plate, taken for ball 1.
Well, he's got that ability, and it's a good enough pitch that he can throw it in the zone to get the called strike, and yet for the most part has good enough command of it to take it in and then out of the zone for the swings and misses.
Andrus started to go, and he did on the appeal. Randazzo says that's a strike.
Case in point. Now that ball starts on the plate, outer half. Watch him break it right to the outside corner, maybe a little bit off, but the hitter's already committed, and he may not have gone there. And he gets banged anyway.
Into right, a liner. Myers closing. Cannot come up with it, but keeps the ball in front of him. Very nice job after he could not come up with that sinking soft liner to keep it within reach.
You know, the last time that he dove for a ball out there in right field, he dove a little bit too far and got thumbed. And let's see this one here. He looks like he had a good beat on it, and that looked like it may have been a trap anyway. That was awfully close, but yeah, getting there and at least being able to smother it keeps Andrus at first, as opposed to if that ball scoots underneath that glove, you may be looking at a runner on third here. Great effort, and at least he kept him to a single.
The number 3 hitter, right fielder Alex Rios. First pitch is a strike. This Texas team will run. And Archer has given up a few stolen bases. The opposition 15 of 17 with him out there.
And you better believe that that man right there, Ron Washington, is well aware of that. This Texas team, they like to run.
1-1. Andrews with 40 steals, 3rd in the league. And Rios, if you combine his steals with the White Sox and the Rangers, he's in the top 5 in stolen bases. And Martin, who hits 9th, is 7th in the league. A little lead by Andrus, and he's going. Tapper up the first base side. Archer with the toss, and it hits the runner. They're going to call the runner out for being outside the runner's lane. Andrus had rounded second and was going to third on the play. And the plate umpire Eric Cooper rules that Rios is out. He was outside the runner's lane on the attempted toss to first base by Archer, and they're going to position Andrus back to first base.
What a break. What a break. You'll see right here as Archer fields it, and you see where Rios is. I mean, he's in there on the grass knowing that ball up the first base line. He's going to try to create a tough angle for the right-handed throwing Archer, and that was the right call. Way too far in there.
Yeah, that could have easily been a first and third one-out situation, except for the fact that Rios was outside the runner's lane.
And Ron Washington never left his perch there in the dugout, so he knows. He's got a good view of that, looking right up the first base line. He knows that was the right call.
Adrian Beltre takes a strike. An opening slider. 2 outs with a runner aboard. So a big break early for the Rays. Eric Cooper right on top that call. Back in is Andrus at first. A foul ball out of play. 0-2.
These are the counts that a pitcher salivates. 0-2 count. You have everything at your disposal. Try to get a hitter to become undisciplined and go out of the zone, and so many hitters will in this situation. But you've got to be able to execute the pitch.
Beltre, 4th in the league in hitting. And a chopper hit to short. Escobar takes it to Loney. And that takes care of Texas. A base hit and a man left. Bottom of the first coming. No score. Third game of the series, a 4-gamer with Texas. And the starting lineup for Joe Madden: Desmond Jennings, Ben Zobrist, and Evan Longoria. Will Myers hits cleanup, and Delman Young, the DH, with Shawn Rodriguez hitting 6th in left field. James Loney 7th, Jose Molina 8th, and Yunel Escobar completing the Rays lineup.
Well, Derek Holland will start this ball game for the Texas Rangers tonight. The lefty making his 31st start of the season and looking to turn around his fortunes here in September, where he is 0-3 with an ERA of over 10 in 3 starts this month. In fact, in the 13 and a third innings that he has pitched in the month of September, he has given up 30 base runners. Far too many opportunities for the opposition, and that has shown up in the results. His season numbers here brought to you by Coventry Healthcare of Florida.
And against the left-hander, Desmond Jennings moves back up into the leadoff spot. Jennings hitting .242 overall, but .289 off lefties. So Madden has him right there to get this one started, and a bunt first base side. He's going to be tagged by Moreland.
Yeah, and that was a nice idea by Desmond. We've seen him utilize that more in the second half of this season, but you want that a little bit further away from the line. What you want to do is, if you see the second baseman playing a little bit deeper, you want to push that ball, get it by the mound and at the second baseman. Too close to the line, you allow Mitch Moreland to do exactly what he did right here, is just come over, make an easy play. If you can keep it closer to the mound, get it by Holland, force Profar to come in and try to barehand it with his speed, probably not going to get it.
Well, the Rays have, in the recent past, worked on their bunting a little more. And that really is a part of the game that if they could incorporate that more, it could really come in handy. Zobrist takes it low.
You think about a guy like Zobrist, if you wanted him to move a runner, he's a guy that's fundamentally sound, should be able to be a very good bunter. Desmond Jennings, his ability to bunt and get on base.
Yep.
It didn't work this last time, but on base is the most important thing when you think about Desmond.
That'd be important for him.
Yeah.
It could turn, he's an overall .242 hitter right now. That could add easily 20 points to that average and maybe more. Andrus takes care of Zobrist's ground ball. So 2 quick outs.
Let's take a quick look at the Ranger defense as it lines up tonight. And the outfield left to right, Jim Adduci, Leonis Martin, and Alex Rios across the infield third to first. Adrian Beltre, Elvis Andrus, Jurickson Profar, and Mitch Moreland. AJ Pierzynski will be behind the plate.
We're talking about those bunts, VA. A case in point is Martin.
Yeah.
He's hitting 9th for this Texas ball club. Well, he's hitting over .260. He has 11 bunt hits. He leads the league in bunt hits. So that takes an average that might be .240 to over .260. Longoria takes a strike.
11 more opportunities to be on base. 11 more stolen base opportunities.
Yep.
Guys behind you get better pitches. It's just you got a lot of speed. There's no reason to not work on that.
Evans sends it into center. Martin under this one. And the Rays are up and down 1-2-3 against Derek Holland. On to the second inning, scoreless.
take this moment to introduce you to the Rays defenders. In the outfield, left to right, Rodriguez, Jennings, and Myers. Across the infield, third to first, Longoria, Escobar, Zobrist, and Loney. Jose Molina will be behind the plate.
And on the mound, Chris Archer. He made 14 pitches in the first inning, 11 strikes.
Always a good sign. The one thing that gets Chris Archer into trouble is lack of command. That's the only thing that gets him into trouble. The stuff is so good. So when he's able to be around the strike zone and he's done rapping, we're going to get to work here in the second inning.
You can see Archer staying in the moment.
Oh, yeah.
Faces A.J. Pierzynski. And the first pitch to the Texas catcher is low.
You know what I say? Whatever it takes.
Oh, yeah.
Have you think about, remember Mark Fidrich?
Mm-hmm.
You know, talking to the mound and talking to the rosin, whatever he would do.
Yeah. Talk to the baseball.
Yeah. We laugh, and we're talking about Jake Peavy, with Boston, what a competitor he is. He's always yelling into his glove and not liking the location of this pitch and whatever he's trying to do to get himself focused out there on the mound.
Years ago, the Cubs had a pitcher named Bill Fall who tried to hypnotize himself. Hypnosis to help his concentration and stay in the moment. And maybe sometimes in past moments, we're not quite sure where he went. 1-2. Archer ahead of A.J. Pierzynski.
Chris, he's self-admitted very big into the visualization of these ball games, seeing it before it happens. Oh, yeah.
Pierzynski, he held up, says Manny Gonzalez. That was pretty close right there.
Yeah, there was definitely a jab at that baseball. Let's see it right here. Ooh.
Down to third. Longoria off balance, and what a throw by Evan Longoria. He had the catcher running, which helped, but that's a fine play by Evan in the off balance throw.
Well, not often are you moving to your right and not backhanding where you can plant your feet. He's moving to his right. Now he's got to throw this ball. Gets a little bit of a bobble here. Gets back a hold of it. Now he's got to kind of fling it off the back foot. It's going to get there eventually. Whee!
So here's Mitch Moreland. That play was shot underwater. Too low. Fastball, 96 from Archer. Not uncommon to see him in that area as well in the velocity department.
I want to see that last play in Phantom Cam.
We don't have time.
15 minutes.
It's 1-1. We'll save that and show it in a rain delay and cover the entire delay.
Todd just throws it to the play by Evan Longoria against the Rangers.
Yeah, and we'll be back and resume play after this. 1-1 the count. There's Archer the jump. 1 ball, 2 strikes.
Well, he is certainly in attack mode here tonight, and that's the way that he should pitch, with his stuff, his velocity. Talk an awful lot about that fastball and slider, but we saw some very good changeups in that game against the Twins. He gets that pitch under control. Look out.
Moreland looks at ball 2, laying off a slider. Well, Archer's had a wonderful rookie year. He leads the American League rookie pitchers in earned run average. He's second in the American League in innings pitched among rookies. Coming in 9-7. Also second in the league among rookies in strikeouts. So good numbers across the board, and tonight He's trying to win in double figures. Up the left side, slicing into foul territory and out of play.
I'll tell you what, that ball had a lot of carry for just what looked like an emergency swing by Moreland to put that ball in play. Kind of just swatted at that ball away. Carried right down to the 315 sign, just foul.
Now, sometimes swings like that will really surprise you, and that one did.
Yeah.
Step out by Moreland, and Archer, when Moreland stepped out, Archer just stepped back off the rubber to collect himself once again. That's a smart move. Full count.
It's like standing over a golf ball too long. You know, you stand there too long, you just got to take a break, step away, then reset. Absolutely. You don't want to be stuck in that position, that glove out in front, and hold on to that for too long. That's one thing that pitchers will do with base runners to try to get them in their stance for too long.
Line drive into right field toward the corner. Myers will play a little carom. Into second base goes Moreland. Well, Moreland came alive at the plate last night. He was on twice. He doubled in the game on Monday. He had an 0 for 22 Monday before the double. And now a two-base hit with one out in the second tonight.
Boy, it looked like Chris Archer with that slider was trying to keep it in the zone. And instead of throwing it in the zone, breaking it out to try to get the swing and a miss, looked like he tried to keep it in the zone. It was not nearly as effective as he would have liked. And Moreland's able to get to it for a double.
Ball one to Adducey. Well, since Moreland broke that hitless string, he's had 7 plate appearances, has been on base 4 times in those 7 plate appearances with 3 doubles and a walk. So his bat coming to life. 2-0 to Adducey, and Molina goes out to have a little quick chat with Archer.
Well, interesting. You've got Jim Adducey at the plate, runner on second, and Chris Archer starts him off with back-to-back changeups. And now listen, it's been a better pitch for him, but 2 back-to-back changeups, both of them off the plate, and he's now fallen behind 2-0.
Yeah, and if you break out his pitch selection, and if you break down 2-seamer, 4-seamer, and the slider in between, the changeup really has been his 4th pitch. If you break those out, the fastball, 2-seam, 4-seam.
Well, he comes with a third one, 3 in a row. Yeah, not only is it far down the list, and yes, it's becoming a much better pitch, but you're talking about a guy, a little bit further down, and you haven't seen him before. It's one thing if you've got a history against a guy, and this guy's first pitch fastball hunting. Okay, go ahead. Here's your first pitch changeup. But Adducey's never seen Archer's fastball.
And there is fastball missing for ball 3. Close. So it's 3-1. 28-year-old Adducey in the major leagues for the first time with Texas. Fouls the fastball. Adducey off to an 8 for 23 start. Factors out to 348. We've been playing at Round Rock, their AAA club. .298 around Rock. 3-2, he got him. Well, Archer fell behind him with the change and finishing with the change right there on 3-2.
Well, how about this? Look where this pitch ends up. That ball is off the plate. It's a ball. But with 2 strikes, this is what you can get hitters to do. Now, he was taking those early in the count. When he was looking for a pitch out over the plate, he takes those no problem. You get 2 strikes on him, and all of a sudden that zone starts to expand.
Jurickson Profar playing second base. Fastball is inside. Profar was down at Round Rock as well and came to the Rangers, recalled in the 3rd week of May. He had 278 in the minor leagues. 237 so far for Texas. Now it's 2-0. Moreland is at second base with 2 outs. Fastball down. 3-0 to the number 8 hitter. Far right now 3 of his last 19. It's his 2nd start in the last 9 games. And there's ball 4. Archer walks him on 4 pitches. Jim Hickey's going to come out of the dugout, head to the mound, trying to make a little adjustment with Martin coming up.
Yeah, just a little bit. Yeah, Martin has swung the bat well, and it's a big spot, of course.
Place your reservations for 2014 ticket plans. Establish seniority and be in line for priority upgrades and exclusive benefits, including the opportunity to purchase 2013 postseason ticket packages. That's what the Rays are playing for right here. Call 888-FAN-RAYS or visit RaysBaseball.com.
Yeah, Dwayne, we saw just a little bit in that meeting. Jim Hickey was talking mechanics right there with Chris Archer, and that's one of those instances where the guy out on the mound has to be, he has to self-coach. He has to figure out where he's missing, why he's missing, and then your pitching coach, if that goes on a little bit too long and he sees that you're not making the adjustment, especially with a younger pitcher, he's going to head out there and say, hey, these are the keys. Let's get back on top, drive the ball downhill, whatever it may be. And far too often we see Jim Hickey go out there in these instances. The pitcher all of a sudden gets right back on track pretty quickly. And he better.
So with runners at first and second, 2 outs, Martin the hitter. And he had a big night last night. 2 doubles and a home run. And retired on a fine play on a ball hit to left. Pitch is too low. Martin up to 263.
Seen an awful lot of that changeup early in this ball game down here at the bottom of the order. Could be part of the game plan.
Well, they talk about this game being a game of adjustments, and it's more that way, I would think, now than ever before, because everybody's on video. So the Texas hitters have watched extensive video of Archer and what he's done his last few starts, and vice versa.
Yeah.
So you better make adjustments. Line drive into center. Going back, and Jennings, who first broke in, has that one go over his head. Moreland scores. Profar scores, and into third safely is Martin. And 2 runs cross the plate. Well, that appeared that ball was going to carry and be caught by Jennings, but a bad break, and it sailed over his head.
Well, Desmond Jennings, who has had his struggles in center field here the last month or so, this ball did have carry to it, and Desmond did not recognize it initially. And that's all it takes sometimes, is just one wrong movement. He started in on this baseball. By the time he realized that it had more carry than what he had factored in, he cannot get back to it. And that's going to end up being extremely costly. 2 runs, and now Martin at third base.
Top of the order is Kinsler. A triple for Martin, his 6th of the year. 1 strike on Kinsler. So now the challenge for Archer is to put that right behind him.
Yeah, he has to. I mean, that's a tough break, but you know, that's where you talk about stepping off the mound and clearing your mind. There's nothing you can do about it now except to get Kinsler out and end this inning right here.
Fastball fouled back, 0-2. Holland doubled with 1 out. With 2 outs, Profar walked on 4 pitches. And on the 1-1 pitch, Martin hit a line drive into center field that got over the head of Desmond Jennings after Jennings initially broke in. Fly ball to left. Rodriguez is there. That takes care of Texas. But the Rangers score 2. Will Myers will lead off the bottom of the 2nd for the Rays. Now down 2-0. Visit your Tampa Bay area Mazda dealers. By Just for Men, Mustache and Beard. Toyota, let's go places. And the Tampa Bay Times. Amazing stories only in the 2013 Pulitzer Prize winning Tampa Bay Times. Texas jumping to a 2-0 lead. 2 in the top of this inning. Will Myers opens the home half of the 2nd with Delman Young and Shawn Rodriguez to follow against the left-hander Derek Holland. Myers now hitting .301. 13 homers and 49 runs batted in for the Rays rookie. One ball, 1 strike. Two hits last night for Myers. Moved that average over 300. 2-1. Right now leading American League rookies in home runs and runs batted in, working on the 7-game hitting streak. 3-1. ground ball. Profar up with it. So one away here in the bottom of the second inning. Let's check in right now with Todd.
Dwayne, it is a Web Wednesday, which means fans can ask questions of the announcer booth by tweeting us their questions to @SunSportsRays with the hashtag AskRays, ASKRAYS. Jake and Al want to know about James Loney. They love his play at first base this year for the Rays, and what are the chances you may see him in the future for Tampa Bay, guys?
First pitch, Delman Young lifts it up the right field line. Rios on the move, gets there in time. So 2 gone. Delman out on the first pitch. Well, that sounds like a pretty good idea. James Loney at first base for a while, because he has given the Rays not only offense. They knew coming in that his defense would solidify the rest of the infield.
Yeah, he came in defensively. You knew what you were going to get. Offensively, Joe Madden left him alone. He said, if you want to have your approach of take the ball the other way, we're not going to try to turn you into a power hitter, as been alleged by other teams that he's played for, and he has responded in a huge way. So would you like to have him back? Absolutely. Has he outpriced himself? We'll see.
Yep.
He had a great year, and everybody's gotten a pretty good view of it. He has been a pleasant surprise.
Good cut by Rodriguez. 2 strikes. And I think he's really found a comfort level here. That has to factor into the equation as to whether he stays or goes or what happens with him. This has been a great place for him to play.
And yes, you're right, Dwayne. And he has to remember some of these other markets that he's gone to. It's been, hey, we'd like you to do this. We'd like to have you this. We need home run. Here he's been left alone and allowed to play, and that has to count for something.
Think of the 2 markets he's been in, Los Angeles and Boston.
Yeah, right.
Big fishbowl markets. You can't help it.
Right.
That's the way it is.
He's been able to come down here, play his game as he, likes to do, as he sees fit. And he has responded with a huge year, hitting lefties, hitting righties, hitting on the road, playing great defense. Everything you could have asked for.
It's 2-2 now to Shawn Rodriguez.
And sometimes those big markets that you were talking about, not for everybody.
That's right. Hard hit to short. Nice pickup by Andrus. And the throw to first in time. Rays are out 1-2-3 again in the second inning. Good glove work by the Texas shortstop. Via SAP, brought to you by Coventry Healthcare of Florida. Archer touched for a couple runs in the second. He'll deal with Andrus, Rios, and Beltre in the third. Well, Texas struggling the way they have been. You know, they come into this game with the best road record in the major leagues. They're 10 games over 500 on the road at 43 and 33. Andrus takes a strike. They're just 4 over at home, 39 and 35. There's slider, and Andrus a big swing for strike 2. His 3rd home run of the year last night. A 2-run home run in the 3rd. Lines a foul out of play. One ball, 2 strikes.
Yeah, I know it was the bottom of the lineup that created problems for the Rays, you know, in the top half of the second inning. But these top 2 guys, Kinsler, now Andrus, these are the guys that you really need to control. The table setters here at the top.
Chop the shortstop. Takes care of Andrus to open the inning.
You can see right there, and that's one of the big reasons why that speed. We talked about his stolen bases. You keep these guys off base and allow that pitcher to focus on 3, 4, 5 with nobody on and just go right after him, starting here with Rios.
Rios ground out his first time. Technically went Archer to Loney when Archer made the pickup. A little number up the first base side, and his underhanded toss hit Rios in the back. But Rios was out of the runner's lane, and Eric Cooper, the plate umpire, following that play, immediately made the call. It's 2-0. Slider down. Rays took the first game on Monday, which clinched their 6th consecutive winning season. 2-1. Only 2 other big league teams have streaks as long as that, and they would be 2 storied franchises, the Yankees and the Cardinals. 20 for New York, 6 for St. Louis, and the Rays with 6 now. Well, that's pretty heady company to keep if you're the Rays. Here you are working at a smaller market with a smaller budget, competing in the American League East, and only 3 teams have had winning seasons 6 years in a row: the Yankees, the Cardinals, and the Rays. Cut the miss. Rios out on strikes. 2 gone.
Do you realize, number one, you have to have a vision. You have to have a vision on how you're going to even attempt to put together a team that's able to win 1 year in a row.
Yep.
And then be able to have the vision to be able to look long term. The players you have on your roster, you've got to be very good in the draft. You've got to pick up key free agents and have, you know, try to get some bargain guys, you know, some guys that are afterthoughts, and have them come through. Think about the Rays bullpen the last couple of years. It seems to have been rebuilt just about every year in key places. And yet, you know, how many different closers have the Rays had in the last 5 years? And all of them have had tremendous years.
It's interesting if you look at those 3 clubs and how they've done it. You know, the Yankees have been really the muscle of money, and the Rays on the other end have had to be very prudent with their money and match up and make all kinds of moves. And the Cardinals have been sort of a mixture in there of those two.
They're a hybrid.
Yeah. So that's just remarkable what's gone on here for the last half dozen years. Myers coming hard. He got it just inside the line. Beltre's out of there. 1, 2, 3. We're heading into the bottom of the third inning. Will Myers hustling toward the line to gather this one in. In the game and all season long. Tires Plus donates $100 to the Pediatric Cancer Foundation for every Tampa Bay Rays home run televised on Sun Sports. Here's James Loney. Loney comes into the game hitting an even 300 and 312 off left-handed pitchers. In fact, left-handed hitters have fared a little better than righties against Holland. The spread's only 10. 267 for lefties and 257 for right-handed hitters off him. Loney takes the ball.
And the Rays as a team have hit left-handers better than anybody in the American League. 271 average. That's right up there. Cleveland number 2 at 271. The Rays win the percentage points battle.
Well, that's another thing about this series, and we touched on it briefly in the first couple games. Tonight's a big game for the Rays as they try to win 3 out of 4 from Texas in case they should finish in a tie. That ball is just foul. Beltre mirroring Manny Gonzalez on the call down the left field line, and that was just foul.
You see Manny Gonzalez right on top of it, and that is a couple of inches.
Choreography going on down there.
I was going to say.
Need a little music for that.
We have some. I feel like dancing around a hat.
I'm not sure that I've ever seen something like that choreographed to a polka. 2-1 the count to Loney. 2-2. You have the Rays and the Rangers finish tied. Then they go to the season series for home field advantage. So that's why the Rays came in here needing to win 3 out of 4 because they lost 2 out of 3 to the Rangers in Arlington.
You know what I suspect could, and actually if I were to have to make a pick right now,
Yes.
this is what I would say.
Okay.
One of these two teams makes it, and those guys right there make it. Cleveland Indians.
Well, I'll tell you, Cleveland, and we talked about this long ago about the advantage they have of the schedule. And if they play halfway well, then that's a major advantage for them.
Well, the toughest part of their schedule is right now with the Royals. Once they finish up with the Royals, and I'm not sure in what order it is, but it's the White Sox, Twins, and Astros. So that's what you're talking
Well, there
about.
they are right now.
Well, as soon as you finish up with the Indians, when they finish up with Kansas City, look at that. 4 against the Astros, 2 quick with the White Sox, and then 4 with the Twins. So that sets up extremely well.
And you see, the Rays have a challenging schedule ahead.
They sure do.
Baltimore in here, then they go to the Yankees, finish up in Toronto.
The one thing that I'll say that the Rays have going for them is I think of all of those teams, they're the most complete. So I think they're the one team that's best equipped to handle the tougher schedule because they're the more complete team on paper.
Yep.
The starters, they're multiple on offense, and they've got a good bullpen when those guys are locked in. So I think overall, yes, it's daunting, no question about it. But I think they're the most complete team left in the wild card race.
Well, there you are. That's the rest of the schedule. 4 big games with Baltimore following this Texas series, then in New York and Toronto.
Yeah, and and not going to be easy, no question.
1-2 on Molina. Win. You got to win.
The name. That's the name of the game
It
this
all
time
boils
of
down to
season.
that.
It does.
Mix and match and wonder and speculate. You got to win. You got to win your game each day. That's how Madden has attempted to keep the focus. The game today.
That's so smart and so necessary.
Base hit the other way from Molina. Rio's going to make a play at first, and the throw's a little wide. He got that ball in shallow right, and the ball hit sharply enough to put into question whether Molina was going to make it to the bag at first.
Yeah, that would have been close. I mean, if Rios has that ball, that throw on the money, that's going to be a bang-bang play. This ball, like you said, gets out there quick, and he doesn't hesitate, but he's a little wide and low. Boy, if that throw's on the money, that is that would have been extremely interesting.
So the Rays pick up their first hit. Here's Yunel Escobar. Pitch is high, 1 ball, no strikes. So you think the normal right fielder should be able to make that play, make a good throw, and get your guy.
Yeah, I may go E9. Pulled the runner, pulled Moreland off the bag.
I could see you trying to mount an argument for that.
I wouldn't argue it very voraciously.
2-0 the count.
Hey, I'm going to tell you what.
That's the kind of play that should have happened. Yesterday was Roberto Clemente Day.
Yeah.
He had the arm in right field to do that.
Yeah. And you know, listen, right fielders most of the time, Rios are just a little bit wide on the throw. But I will tell you this, when you make that jump from the Little League field to the big field, so you go from those 60 feet baselines to 90 feet, that was the biggest fear.
Yeah.
Is to jump on one into right field and get your little rear end thrown out at first base. that was the fear. There would be nothing worse than that.
That instills the most basic value in the game, and that is run hard to first. Chopped to short. Andrus goes to second. They get the force on Molina. 2 outs. Escobar reaches on a fielder's choice. Yeah, run hard to first. You don't want to have a hit into right field and that be a 9-3.
I shudder to think about it.
Well, now here's Desmond Jennings, the top of the order. Desmond tried to bunt his first time and was out. Desmond came into the game hitting .242. Fouls that fastball right back from Derek Holland. That's a strike. Well, one can only hope that Jennings returns to the excellent form that he has shown throughout his career in center field. He's gone through a little stretch here where there have been 3 or 4 plays now that he normally makes, and somehow one way or another the play's not made. In this instance, it went as a triple and cost the Rays a couple runs, but it's a ball that if he goes back on like he normally does, he makes the catch.
When you think of slumps in baseball, you think hitting slumps. There are defensive slumps. Listen, there's so much of this game that depends on having a sharp mind and good instincts.
Yep.
And if there's a part of your game that's struggling, you can fall into a slump defensively, no doubt.
And he is hit by the pitch. So that moves Escobar into scoring position, and Jennings hit by the fastball on an 0-2 pitch.
Yeah, and certainly if you're Derek Holland, you're upset with yourself here. 0-2, and this pitch right here will now cost you 90 feet for Jennings and also 90 feet for Escobar. Runner in scoring position. That will leave a mark. That caught him square.
Gives Ben Zobrist an opportunity now as the Rays try to chip away. They're down by 2. The pitch is a strike call. You're talking about Jennings and his defensive play, and you go into those slumps, and it's difficult to shake sometimes. As much as you have a good mental discipline, you have that happen to you 2 or 3 or 4 times, you start to think about it.
Self-doubt.
Yep.
Self-doubt can certainly start to creep in. And then in the position that he's playing out there in center field, it's hesitancy on a read. It's 1 or 2 missteps. It's not locking in right away. A ball right at me. It's freezing. I mean, all of those things, and that's all it takes for that ball to sail over your head, to drop in front of you.
Yep. You hear about hitters getting caught in between. Fielders are like that. Too aggressive, not aggressive enough. A little tap, and it's gloved by Holland. His throw to first retires the Rays. They do not score. They leave 2. And we go to the 4th, 2-0 Texas.
pick. Rangers lead the Rays 2-0 as we head to the 4th inning. Beckham just joining the team yesterday after playing in the AAA National Championship game last night. Here's how he found out the news.
Well, my dad actually came out to see the game in Allentown, so he was the first person to know. And my reaction was, it's a blessing, man. It's a blessing. And like I said earlier, it's been a long ride, and it's a lot of hard work, and I'm here.
Good to see Beckham get a taste of the major leagues, even for 12 days. You see what he did this season at AAA Durham. Those numbers were better in the second half when he hit .291. Played a solid defensive shortstop in half number 2 after taking over for the injured Hokju Lee. Guys, Carson in our next website Wednesday asked the announcer question. Wants to know what Tim Beckham's role is going to be in the final 12 games.
All right, here's Brzezinski lifting a popper back at third. Foul. Strike one. Well, purely supplemental with the Rays and all the other clubs expanding their rosters. You get Beckham up here, and you know what it's like firsthand to get to the big leagues for the first time. You're grateful, you're thrilled, you're happy.
Yeah,
all of those things rolled into one.
Yeah, and you better be ready.
Yep.
That's the thing, and that's what he'll get to learn here is about a big league day at the ballpark and how to prepare yourself. You know what? You go to guys, you watch Evan Longoria, some of the veterans. What do they do on a given day to prepare themselves to get ready for a ball game? You start to emulate those guys, try to maybe incorporate some things into your game, and with Joe Madden at the helm, be ready for anything. Just the time that you think you're not going to be used,
yep,
you may. So you just got to come out, be prepared, put the work in, do the little things, and then sit there, cheer on your teammates, and wait for your name to be called.
Yeah, and Beckham did spend most of his time at shortstop. I think 15 games at second base, and then the move over to shortstop for the rest of the year.
You know, and it wouldn't be a bad time, too. I mean, this is one of those instances where you can pick the brain of a George Hendrick about some outfield play. You know what I mean? Make yourself as valuable as possible. Learn as much as you can about all the different positions while you're here. Take advantage of your time.
Especially on this team.
Yeah.
That's good advice for anybody with any big league team, because it can only help you, number one, get to the big leagues and stay a long time. You can have a long career doing that, but with this team, absolutely. And if you're an athlete at all and can do that, that serves you well. That's a great point. One hop, and it's going to be off Zobrist's glove into right for a base hit. Hard hit ball by Brzezinski for the leadoff single.
Well, that's tough, too, because, you know, the short hop is going to be difficult enough, but when it comes up high like that, that makes it even tougher. You see Bench playing deep, and that ball comes up high. Boy, when it comes up high around the shoulder, the chest area, those are tough to flag down, and you can see right off the thumb of the glove.
You're going back to adding Beckham here. The Rays have called some young players up, deserve to be here, and there's a utility involved in all of those moves. You know, they have Beckham here. There could be a point in time over the next almost 2 weeks where it would make sense for him to be utilized in one way or another. Similar to the signing of the veteran Freddie Guzman, who's been playing baseball in Mexico, 32 years old, can fly. Well, you might need that stolen base and a pinch runner. Well, here he comes now.
Well, that was one thing that was lacking.
Yep.
Is someone to come off the bench, you know, that had that speed. Look at the way that the Cincinnati Reds have utilized the minor leaguer Billy Hamilton. You know, they've brought him up strictly to get him into ball games, and he's already stolen 5 bags for that team, played in 6 games.
Yep.
And so, you know, this time of year, if you're going to be able to play with an unlimited roster, well, not unlimited, but for all intents and purposes, you know what we mean, close to it as far as baseball goes, and you're able to utilize anybody, then you're doggone right. You have everybody up that can help you. The best bunter in the organization may come up for that one sack bunt.
Yep.
Who knows?
Moreland fouls it back 1-1. Well, if they're going to let you use all these players, and you've got somebody who can do one thing well, and you're thinking that can make a difference to get a guy in the scoring position, bunting, stealing, whatever, yeah, you're going to do it.
That's right. That is right.
Wesley Wright hitting up in the Rays bullpen.
Well, we have already we talked about this when this series started. Joe Madden is going to run out some. He is not going to wait around, especially when the team's behind. I mean, the margin for error and the rope that you're going to have, especially as a young starter, is going to be very, very short. You may not like it. You may not think it's the right thing to do. That's too bad. That's how Joe's going to run the show here down the stretch. You know, one thing that Joe knows is he's got a deep bullpen, and there's a lot of innings out there. So if he, for one instance, feels like a starter is struggling, he will not hesitate.
Fly ball lifted toward the line and left. Shawn Rodriguez makes the catch. Brzezinski hangs on at first. So they get the first out following the leadoff base hit. Now Wright has been joined by Brandon Gomes. Jim Aducey will be the hitter.
You know, they're also of the mindset of trying to limit Chris Archer. You know, his innings are starting to get up into a territory. I don't know if they're completely comfortable.
Loney down to second. Archer covers first, but the throw back not in time from Escobar. But they get Brzezinski, keep him off second base. Loney to Escobar on the out.
It's going to be a tough chance to get them both, but Loney vacates the position to get the ball. Nice feed to Escobar. Does a nice job of getting it back to Archer, but you can see Aducey a little too quick up the line.
Like this move by Archer, showing him the ball. I was there. I got it. Got a chance he could be out. Well, not this time.
No. Tony Randazzo's like, yeah, but Aducey's in right field right now, so I'm going to have to go with safe.
Here's Profar, who walked and scored in the second inning. First pitch strike. The other thing about Archer and limiting innings, the second inning turned out to be a high pitch count inning for him. I think I had 29 pitches for him in that inning. He's averaged right around 16 pitches an inning this year. Runner goes, and the ball gets through Molina. So Aducey moves up to second base. He'll get a steal on that. He was breaking. It's his second stolen base.
You can see Molina coming up out of his stance to look to make the throw. Reaching down and away, not able to come up with the baseball.
So Aducey in scoring position with a 1-1 count to Profar. Pitch is low. It's 2-1. So Profar becomes a very important hitter in what is a 2-0 game. Texas right now in the fourth inning. It's fouled toward the bullpen.
No tack on runs. Do not want Texas, for obvious reasons, you know, to take a lead, continue to throw up zeros, add here, add there. That's what happened last night. The Rays fell behind early, and then it was pretty quiet the rest of the ball game.
Archer's 2-2. And he blows it by him at 96. So Archer strikes out Profar. They leave a man. It's 2-0 Texas. runs in the second, the difference right now. Rays baseball at Tropicana Field, the perfect place to host your group event. Whether you're getting a group of friends together or entertaining clients and employees, Tropicana Field, the place to be. For more information, visit RaysBaseball.com or call 855-GROUP-TB. Rays are facing Derek Holland tonight. 12-game winner last year. He was 12-7. 9-9 this year.
Hey, he really burst onto the scene back in 11, where he went 16-5 in 32 starts.
Longoria after him and fouls it away. Evans had some success against him. 4 career home runs off him coming into this game in 28 at-bats. He was 11 of 28 with 4 home runs against Holland. Lifts it toward right center. Not very deep, and Rios makes the catch. 1 gone here in the home half of the 4th. And we'll check in with Todd Callis.
Dwayne, our AT&T Twitter poll question, you have to imagine if the Rays make the postseason as a wild card team, and if they win the wild card game, which current division leader would you like to match up against in round 2? Hashtag TB1, the Boston Red Sox with a magic number of 3. Hashtag TB2, the Tigers with a magic number of 6. Hashtag TB3, the A's with the same magic number of 6. Tweet your votes to @SunSportsRays.
We'll think about that one for a while. We'll get the answer on the Rays live postgame. Earl Myers fouls it back in the dugout. Strike 1.
So who would you pick? You're talking a division series game, so it's a best of 5.
Yep.
I don't want to go anywhere near Oakland.
No.
So you have
thinking the same thing. I was thinking the Red Sox.
No question about it, because you know what? As much as Boston has owned the Rays this year, and I say owned in quotes as far as the record goes, the stats across the board slightly favor the Rays, except for runners in scoring position.
Fly ball to left, and Ducey's going to make the catch on this one. The other thing about that, so you anticipate the more they play, the more the results are going to come back to the norm based on the stats right now. And the other thing, I think the Rays are better because they're better prepared. This is about as prepared a team as you're going to find.
Yeah.
But they see, look at the bat break there on that fly ball to left. But the more they see a team, I think the better it is for the Rays.
Familiarity. There's no doubt. I mean, how many times have you seen the Rays play so well within the division, and then they'll struggle with the Central. They'll struggle with the teams that they should blow out of the water, and they don't get it done.
Yeah, but you only see those teams a couple series a year, and I think that makes a difference. I mean,
not for them.
They're going to
Kansas City only sees the Rays a couple times a year. It didn't matter to them.
Yeah, but what I think it does, I think it limits the advantage in terms of information that the Rays may have on an opponent, and that's a big plus for this team. Young singles into right. I don't think there's any question that we talked about them putting together 6 consecutive winning seasons. The only teams to do that right now, the Cardinals and the Yankees. And I think a big part of the advantage for the Rays is the information and how that man right there, Joe Madden, orchestrates what he does with tons of information.
Well, and that's where then, and you're right, there's no doubt, there's a much bigger pool to pull from. When you're talking about AL East teams, you play them 19 times a season. But this is where it falls on the individual player when you're going against teams maybe that there isn't as much information on. You know, if you're a pitcher, if you've had 5 or 6 at-bats against somebody, against a particular hitter, that's enough. That's enough to tell you what he's trying to do and what he's going to continue to try to do until someone proves otherwise.
Fair ball. That one right through Gonzalez, the umpire. Young hitting third. They'll put the stop sign up for him on a double for Shawn Rodriguez. And with 2 outs, the Rays suddenly have a great scoring opportunity.
Well, You do not want to let this go by the wayside. A little 2-out uprising here by the Rays. Shawn Rodriguez able to keep this ground ball fair and off. Right there, Manny Gonzalez. Hey, get a good look at it.
Yeah, that's a yoga pose right there.
Yeah.
And a double for Rodriguez.
They were not choreographed very well right there, Beltre and Gonzalez.
That's sometime in the middle of the performance. They start choreographed in sync, then they freelance there for a little bit. Then later in the
close
grand
it up
finale,
at the end.
it'll all work. It'll make sense and come together, you'll see. Here's James Loney now. Runners second and third. One strike the count to Loney. Loney over 300 with men in scoring position coming into the game 307. Rays down by 2 men in scoring position, 2 outs in the fourth. Ground ball, first base. Moreland scoops and steps on the bag, and the Rays leave 2 aboard. On to the 5th. 2-0 Texas. That stand up as we go to the 5th. Time for the Just for Men mustache and beard. Play like a champ. How about these American League Rookie of the Year candidates? The Rays with 2. You know, Myers, and the limited number of games he's going to wind up playing, he has a chance to lead all rookies in the league in home runs and runs batted in. That would be quite an accomplishment.
Yeah, there is no doubt about it. I mean, the time that he came up, and he has just, he's had a little bit of everything too. He got off to a hot start, then went through a really bad stretch, has pulled himself out of that, started hitting the ball again with authority. You got to get about 88 games total for the season.
Martin shortens on the bat. Takes the pitch for a ball. We're underway in the 5th. There's Archer's out here looking for his 10th win. Toward the left field line, Rodriguez hustling over there, and now into foul territory. Gets there in plenty of time. One gone. And that brings up the top of the order, Ian Kinsler. Blue Jays have taken a 2-0 lead on the Yankees. Colby Rasmus, a 2-run home run, his 22nd home run of the year. And they've added another run in the 4th. It's 3-0 now, Blue Jays in Toronto. Kinsler takes the pitch high. And the Red Sox at home over the Orioles with a 2-0 lead. Game's in the top of the 5th with Baltimore batting. 1-1 on Kinsler. David Ortiz has hit his 28th home run of the year in that game tonight. Gives Archer the advantage and the count. Archer, prior to this, had only faced the Rangers one time before, and that was last September here at the Trop. On September 8th, he had 11 strikeouts, and the Rangers won that game 4-2 in 10 innings. He gave up 2 runs on 4 hits in 7 innings. Into center, Jennings there for this one. 2 outs. So a big strikeout night for Archer in that one. 11 strikeouts in 99 pitches. Tonight he was touched for those 2 runs in the 2nd inning on a misplayed line drive in center field by Jennings. That one was a triple for Martine. Now Jamie Wright is up in the bullpen for the Rays. Elvis Andrus takes a first pitch slider, strike 1. It's 80 pitches for Archer. Foul the right side. That's going to be out of play. 0-2.
Well, you've already had Wright up and Gomes. Now Jamie Wright. You wonder if would this be the end for Archer?
And very close. He started to move on that one. The slider. Cooper says it's wide.
Well, this is a hitter's where you got to show some discipline, because look at that. That ball out of the hand looks like it's right over the heart of the plate, and that break takes it just off. Good discipline there by Andrus on a 86-mile-an-hour slide ball.
End. And it's 2-2. Did he go? That's a strike. He's out of there. Andrus out on strikes. And 1, 2, 3 go the Rangers. 2-0 Texas. 2-0. Texas leading the Rays coming into bat in the bottom of the 5th inning. Just a reminder, as you enjoy a cold one, to look forward to Miller Time later in tonight's game. Brought to you by Miller Lite. Rays will have Jose Molina to lead off, then Escobar and Jennings. They put up a 2-out threat. Their only scoring opportunity, really, did have Escobar at second with 2 outs when Jennings was hit by a pitch in the 3rd inning, and Zobrist went out pitcher first. Then the single by Young and the double by Rodriguez, and Loney grounded out. So the Rays have stranded 4 tonight. Here's Molina. The pitch misses. 1 ball, no strikes.
That's the only time I've ever seen a guy square around and nobody in the infield moved.
They were stunned with disbelief. Beltre goes, "What?"
Right.
Are you serious?
I mean, I've never seen that before. Anybody fakes a bunt and your instinct is to come in, and nobody moved.
Look at Beltre talking to Foley. What are you guys trying to do?
Anything that we can to win.
Headed toward the middle. That ball took a hop back on Andres, and he made the adjustment to field it and throw out Molina. Nice play by the shortstop, Elvis Andres. 1 away. Let's check in with Todd right now. Todd?
Dwayne, our last question, or our latest question, I should say, in our website Wednesday, Ask the Announcer. A lot of fans on Twitter were very impressed with your prediction heading into the All-Star break. The Twitter world is still abuzz about that. And David wants to know, do you have a prediction for the rest of the season from this point forward, Dwayne?
Wow, well, with 12 games left, the Rays tied here with Texas. Fly ball to right field, and Rios takes care of that one. Well, we've remained optimistic here in the booth, but VA is extremely optimistic. VA, I'll do this. I got us back into contention up to the All-Star break, and I'm confident that you can carry the load and take the whole thing and take it home.
You want me to bring it home?
Yeah.
I'm going to bring it home for you, Dwayne, and this is what I'm going to say. I'm going to say Rays.
Yep.
#1 wild card, hosting a game against the Cleveland Indians.
Yep.
That's what I'm going with.
Okay.
I think that Cleveland, and they've fallen behind tonight early against Kansas City, but once they're done with Kansas City, they have a very, for this time of year, easier schedule than most.
Shot into left center field, diving attempt past the Ducey to the wall. Jennings around second and hangs on with a double.
You know what? There's aggressive, and then there's reckless. And that was a reckless play by Jim Ducey. He had 0 chance to get to this baseball to catch it on the fly. You just play this on 1 bounce and keep Desmond at first base. No reason to do that. He's not even close. And that allows Desmond to get in scoring position as opposed to just being out at first base with a 2-out single. See if the Rays can take advantage.
Yeah, and with 2 outs, the Rays have a great advantage having a man in scoring position with 2 gone as opposed to holding him to 1 base. And let's see if Ben Zobrist can get the Rays on the board. Line drive, low liner, caught by Beltre to retire the Rays in the 5th. He hit it hard, but that's out number 3. All you can do is hit the ball hard. Through 5, 2-0 Texas. 5. Giving up the 2 runs with 5 strikeouts, 84 pitches. He was touched for the 2 runs in the second on the misplay in center field. But Desmond Jennings broke in a couple steps and then could not get back on the ball hit by Leonis Martin. That chased home Moreland and Profar. The Rays dealing with Derek Holland have had a couple of 2-out opportunities, but they've stranded 5 through 5 against Holland. As we move into the 6th inning tonight at the Trop. Chris Archer and Derek Holland. Archer will face their number 3 hitter Alex Rios, then Beltre and Przinsky. Ground ball for Zobrist. On the slider, 1 pitch and 1 away. Haven't heard from Kelly Nash tonight. Kelly, how are you?
Hi, Dwayne. Great, thanks. It's never too early to start talking about tomorrow, right? Join us for the Rays Live, the pregame show, driven by your Gulf Coast Honda dealers. We'll break down that matchup for Game 4 between Yu Darvish and our Matt Moore, and also Desmond Jennings. He participated in the Shop with a Player event by Sweet Bay Supermarkets. He had 10 minutes to spend $1,000 with the winner. Her name was Queen Matthews. She was a trip, guys, and I'll tell you what, he not only shopped with her, he bagged and loaded her trunk.
Well, that's all in store tomorrow, and we'll see what tomorrow brings. The Rays down by a couple tonight.
That's full service. Full service by Desmond.
Well, if you wanted a guy, if you had a limited amount of time to spend money under a controlled set of circumstances, he would be the guy because he can move as quickly as anybody.
There's a reason that you're the best in the biz, D-Wayne.
You're way too kind.
You look past the obvious and the cliche and the headline and get to the gist of the matter, and you're absolutely right. Who else would you pick that could just skate the aisles like he could?
Yep. Two-1 to count to Beltre. 3-1, just skating the aisles. Base is empty with 1 out. Facing the dangerous Adrian Beltre. 28 home runs. Foul ball out of play. 3-2. See the pitch count, that big one in the 2nd inning, 29 pitches, but pretty good recovery. It's a big swing and a miss from Beltre for strikeout number 6.
Where you talk about finish on a pitch, Beltre thinks this is a fastball inside corner. Look at the late movement. I mean, that is like a power left-handed slider. And just keeps tracking in on Beltre, and there's no way that he can get the bat to that baseball.
He's seeing a lot of unbelievable things tonight. Molina squared the bunt, and then a pitch like that that just chased him as he was swinging at it. Here's Przinsky. High fly ball toward left center. Desmond is there. That will take care of Texas. Quick inning in the 6th. Bottom half of inning 6 coming. The Rays are down by a couple. Beltre's having a good time. your Gulf Coast Honda dealers. Visit your Honda dealer for great lease and finance deals on fuel-efficient Hondas. Tampa Bay Radiation Oncology. When cancer strikes, strike back with CyberKnife. Available at Tampa Bay Radiation Oncology. And by Checkers. Feast on. Rays left 2 men on in the third, 2 on in the fourth, a man in scoring position in the fifth. Here's Evan Longoria to lead off the home half of the sixth inning, taking a curveball too low, 1 ball, no strikes. One and one. Foul back. How about Holland's pitch count? 57 pitches through 5, and that's due in part. We're gonna go deep in, and by deep I mean relatively speaking, because Longoria will see the fourth pitch of this at bat. 11 Rays hitters in a row have seen no more than 3 pitches until Longoria takes the fourth pitch of this at bat high. It's 2-2.
Yeah, they've been extremely aggressive against Derek Holland, trying to get out there in front, not wanting him to get ahead to 2 strikes where he's extremely difficult to deal with, as most pitchers are that have good stuff.
And Longoria is out on strikes. How about that?
Well, that's part of the reason why. You know, he does love that slider to lefties and righties with 2 strikes, and you can see why. You know, the good fastball in the low to mid 90s, and then he can drop that on you and get that swing. You know, he's also a guy that, you know, he's not throwing the ball well in September. And we talked about coming into this start, 3 September starts, he's given up 30 base runners in 13 1/3 innings. So he's been in trouble throughout. His ERA in September is over 10. And, you know, he's had a pretty consistent ERA as the season has gone along, never above a 4 in any month. This year it's above a 10. So they know that in order to go out there and get back on track, he's going to have to pitch from ahead. And so these guys are out there ready to swing.
Yeah, they're the Lions on his last 3 starts in September. 1-1 to Will Myers. The Rays saw Holland back in that series in early April in Arlington, and he beat the Rays, or the Rays beat him 2-0 in that game. Tonight he leads 2-0. Pitched 8 innings in that one. Gave up 5 hits and 2 runs. Ground ball headed for the hole. Through into left, a base hit for Myers. Will picks up his first hit. That's an 8-game hitting streak. He's on with 1 out. Well, all this does is you see where he wants the ball away, that ends up middle, and Will Myers finds a hole. Now, here's the thing, too. The Rays have had a couple of opportunities. Runners in scoring position with 2 outs, have not been able to get anybody in. You need to start taking advantage. The obvious thing to say. However, you look at what Texas has done offensively. Chris Archer has really shut them down after that 2nd inning. So it's almost as if they're content with their 2 runs. Chris has had some quick innings, continued to give opportunities to the Rays offense. They need to capitalize now. Delman Young at the plate. Takes a pitch inside. Young with a couple career home runs against the left-hander Holland. He is 7 out of 21 against him in his career now with the 2 home runs. And ahead in the count, 2-0. Frazier up again. Been busy the first 2 nights of this series. And there's ball 3. 3-0. Washington starting to fret a little bit in the dugout.
Mike Maddox is in the starter's block, ready to come out and talk to him.
Ground ball chopped to short, swinging 3-0. Andrus Profar into first wide. Going into second, Myers, and the Rays stay away from the double play.
Yeah, and really that should have been turned by the Rangers. A chopper there by Delman Young. And you know, for Derek Holland not being a ground ball pitcher, he has forced teams into 21 ground into double plays. This should have been number 22, but Profar not anywhere close on that throw. That's where Derek Holland is saying, where's Ian Kinsler?
Yeah, his ground ball rate's a little under 54%.
Yeah.
With all those double plays now.
That's a guy that knows how to make a pitch when he needs to. Either that or you've just had way too many base runners. Kind of fall into a few of them.
Pitch high to Shawn Rodriguez. 1-0.
That was the key to having a good pickoff move, Dwayne. Too many base runners, a lot of practice.
You're really hard on yourself.
No, I'm saying that's you've got to put yourself into game situations if you want to improve.
Yep. High shot deep to left. Off the bat of Rodriguez. Gone. Shawn Rodriguez lowers the boom on a 1-0 pitch, and this game is tied.
Well, it's the little things this time of year. There should have been a double play to end this inning. There was nothing that difficult about it. It was not made. That extends the inning, and the Rays take full advantage with the home run.
Here's James Loney bouncing one up to first. It'll be handled by Moreland. The Rays are retired in the 6th inning, but Shawn Rodriguez with Delman Young aboard. Rodriguez connects on a 1-0 pitch and pulls the Rays even at the end of 6. Texas 2 and the Rays 2.
On Blast has now tied this ball game up, and it goes back to the previous at bat. Delman Young in a 3-0 count hits what looks to be an inning-ending double play. Profar way wide on the throw. That now will extend the inning, and 2 pitches later, booyah! big shot there by Rodriguez. Shawn knew it. Derek Holland knew it. Everybody in here knew it. And the Rays right back in this game. They have tied it up.
You know, there's one of those situations with the Rays lineup. Lefties hitting about 10 points higher than righties off Holland. The Rays with a couple of left-handed bats with some success against him. One of them, Matt Joyce, 4 for 9 with a home run. The other one, David DeJesus, 2 for 5 with a walk against him. But Shawn Rodriguez gets the call to play left field tonight. Right-handed hitter against a lefty. That makes sense. But Shawn had gone 1 for 14 against Holland. And tonight he is 2 for 3 and easily could be 3 for 3 because they retired him on a good play with the shortstop back in the second inning. And he hits the game-tying home run.
It's the Matrix, Dwayne.
Matrix matchups.
The Matrix laughs at 1 for 14 as if it didn't exist.
Joel Peralta on here in the 7th. And his first pitch to Moreland is low. 1 ball, no strikes.
Well, this is a guy right here that the Rays need to sharpen up just a little bit. They, of course, had that rough outing in Minnesota on Sunday. And, you know, from watching it from up here, it just looked like the finish on the pitches weren't there. The split, no dive to it. The curveballs were rolling. Need to get him a little crispy again.
Moreland takes a cut and bounds it back. It's 1-1. Yeah, the velocity readings were pretty good, but that's not all that unusual.
No. You know what? When a pitcher's struggling or if a pitcher's fatigued, whether it's within the game over the course of a season, velocity will be the third thing that goes. You know, the first two are, you know, command, finish, command, either one. They're both linked to each other. That will be the first things to go. And then velocity last. You'll still see guys who'll say, well, you know, the gun's still reading pretty good. Yeah, but the pitch is flat. It's elevated. It's not where he wants it to be. Those are the most important things. You get that late finish, the late life, good command. And that's what was lacking the last time out.
Moreland over that one.
And see that little dip at the end. That's what you're looking for. You know, the 2 home runs he gave up in Minnesota were on splits like that stayed on the same plane. That has that finish to it, and it takes it below the swing. You beat a guy 2 ways. You beat him on the change of speed, and you beat him on the height of the pitch.
Two. And the count's going to go all the way to 3-2.
Well, this is where, as a hitter, with Mitch Moreland in this case, you're still, the guy like Peralta, not sure. 3-2 means nothing. You still may see the curveball, the split, or the fastball.
Called out on strikes. Got the fastball by him. 1 away.
And not understanding what Mitch Moreland's looking for. Fastball here, and that's middle of the plate, middle in maybe. And he just freezes Moreland.
You know, that fastball registered at 89, and you see a guy frozen like that. 3-2.
He's sitting on that split.
There's a Ducey. It's a breaking ball. First pitch. That's a strike. Ducey, 28 years old. First big league time with Texas. Fly ball short left. Rodriguez coming on. He's going to make the catch. Ducey just reaching out. And soft fly ball into left. 2 up, 2 down with the bases empty. Here's your opportunity to take home everyone's favorite Sea Dog Raymond catch the Rays when they take on the Orioles Sunday, the 22nd, and kids 14 and under get to take home a Raymond Bobble Belly presented by Chevrolet while supplies last. For tickets, visit RaysBaseball.com. There's Profar. Liner up the right side. That's going to hook foul. And just out of the reach of Jake McGee.
Got to make that play. Jake worried about more important things like getting ready for a potential appearance. Maybe this inning, maybe next inning. Profar looking to make up for his gaffe in the bottom of the 6th.
The 0-1 pitch popped up. Foul ball. It's straight back and out of play. 0-2. 2-6-0 for the Rays. 2-4-0 for Texas. Top of the 7th. Popped it up again. Foul ball. Playable this time. And Longoria makes the catch. It's a 1-2-3. 7th inning for Peralta. 7th inning stretch time. We're tied 2-2. Mazda dealers. Texas with 2 runs in the 2nd. The Rays got 2 in the 6th. Joel Peralta, a perfect 7th inning in relief of Chris Archer. Archer working the front 6, and now Peralta with an inning under his belt.
Yeah, got to be a feel-good moment for Peralta, who took Sunday's series of events so hard and able to get back out there and have a scoreless inning tonight. That is going to serve him and the Rays very, very well. Like that smile back on his face.
Yeah, in many ways, here's a guy who has been essentially the setup guy. Really, if there's a heart and soul to this team, it would be Peralta. New pitchers, Jason Frazier. And the pitch to Molina misses. So 6 innings for Holland. 73 pitches for Holland in 6 innings of 2-run, 6-hit baseball. And now he gives way to the veteran right-hander. 2-0. Frazier was up a couple times in the bullpen last night. Did not get into the game. Did pitch following Garza in the game here Monday night. High pop up, back foul, and here comes Moreland to save the day. Pierzynski had no idea where that was, and Moreland came hustling in to make the catch for Texas.
Yeah, thank goodness somebody was paying attention. Mitch Moreland had to come a long way and make a sliding difficult catch because Pierzynski, but here's this, Pierzynski didn't even get the mask off. You know, a lot of catchers, they may not be able to find it, but they hop out of their stance, they rip the mask off, and that did not happen in this case. Moreland realizing that he is, and only he, is capable of getting to that ball, and he does.
Yeah, in this case, going after that pop foul, he was truly the Lone Ranger after that one.
Yeah, and look at Pierzynski, never gets rid of the mask. Can't find it.
So 1 out in the Rays' 7th.
Another good one.
Here's Escobar. To strike at the knees. Tapper foul. Rays 2-3 against Texas this year. They need this win and one tomorrow, just in case. Should they finish in a tie with this team, the Rays would like to have a home field advantage arrangement. They lost 2 of 3 in April in Arlington. They've divided the first 2 here and tied 2-2 in the 7th inning tonight, with tomorrow night's game left to go. And to right, Rios back just at the track, 2 gone. Right now, let's check in again with Tom.
Dwayne, after an early 2-0 lead for the Red Sox, Baltimore came back and scored 3 unanswered to lead 3-2. But then Mike Napoli leading off the bottom half of the 6th inning with his 23rd home run of the year. Red Sox still batting in the bottom half of the 6th inning. Men on first and second, 2 outs, and Wei-Yin Chen has just been lifted from the game. So we're all tied at 3 between the Orioles and the Red Sox in the bottom half of the 6th inning. You see Baltimore started the day just 2 games behind the Rays. They'll be in town beginning Friday for 4, guys.
Yeah, you see how bunched up that wild card race is. Cleveland a half game back. Rays and the Rangers on top with identical records. Strike call to Jennings. Cleveland scored a couple runs on Kansas City. Cleveland now hitting in the top of the 5th, and they trail the Royals. That's 3-2. Kansas City over Cleveland right now. Upstairs, Jennings has been hit by a pitch and lined a double into left center in the 5th inning. That's a strike and squares the count. Sheppers, who pitched an inning last night, Tanner Sheppers, hard throwing right-hander, getting loose. Two, full count. Frazier hasn't given up but 1 run over his last 11 appearances. Jennings fouls a 3-2 out of play, earning another pitch. 2 outs and the base is empty. He saw a lot of Frazier from his time with the Toronto Blue Jays. Popped up back at first. Into foul territory goes Moreland. And the Rays are retired in the 7th. On to inning 8. 2-2 tie. Big game here for the Rays against the Texas Rangers. Tied 2-2 at the end of 7. These two teams with identical records, 82 and 68, sharing the top spot in the wild card race. And back out here in the 8th inning, Joel Peralta.
Venturing into uncharted territory.
He had a 1-2-3 7th, and now he faces Martin. Pitch wide. Martin got credit for the triple in the 2nd inning. Chased home a couple. And then the fly ball to left in foul territory in the 5th inning. Pitch is popped up, a foul ball coming straight back, going to be out of play. One ball and one strike. The 1-1. It's a strike. Breaking ball from Peralta. Archer for 6. Peralta a perfect 7th, and he's ahead in the count against Martin. Little number. It's going to be foul. Molina picks it up to make sure.
That was almost a case of two guys surprising each other. Peralta being quick to the plate like we see him do every now and then Martin with a swinging bunt up the third base line. Everybody was freaked out.
Martin, big night last night. The triple tonight, driving in 2. A ball, 2 strikes. Chop foul again. Rays keep Jake McGee up in the bullpen. He was throwing lightly last inning. And Martin continues this battle against Peralta, fouling yet another one out of play.
Well, and an extremely important guy for the Rays to keep off base. He adds another dynamic out there on the base paths of the speed, stolen base threat, extra base. Finish him off right here. That's what Joel Peralta will be looking to do.
Fly ball, center field. Jennings to the track. He's going to have room, making the catch for out number 1. Right now, let's go to Los Angeles for a Fox Sports 1 game break. Take your favorite team with you everywhere you go with the Rays Messenger Bag. Bag only available through the purchase of a Tampa Bay Times ticket tandem to a game against the Orioles the 20th through the 23rd Buy yours now before supplies run out. Purchase by visiting RaysBaseball.com/tandems. Jake McGee, the new pitcher, facing Ian Kinsler. Takes a fastball for ball one. Jake on for the 67th time. Two and 0. It's headed into right. Myers makes the catch. Two gone. Base is empty with 2 outs. Here's Elvis Andrus. He had a base hit in the first. That's it, 1 for 3. Ground ball and a strikeout. The other 2 trips up there. 97 with the fastball. Royals have picked up a run. They now lead the Indians 4-2 in Kansas City in the bottom of the 5th. 2-0 the count.
That's one of the better swings that you'll see taken off a Jake McGee fastball. You know, we talk about it just about every time that he comes out there, but I mean, with Jake McGee, there is no rhyme or there's no riddle to what he's going to do. I mean, these hitters, they know that they're going to get the four-seamer. And yet the velocity, the deception, and the obvious way that Jake hides the baseball, good luck. You know, this is one of those cases. Every hitter wants to be able to eliminate pitches and get down to predictable situations. Well, it doesn't get any more predictable when this guy comes into the mound, comes into the game. But at the same time, he's still so difficult to deal with.
It's popped up. Going to be out of play, a foul ball. We saw that one good swing that Andrus had. Last couple times he's fighting those pitches off.
Well, you know, that goes back to Todd Stottlemyre, and he always used to say, I like to see where a hitter takes his most aggressive swing, and that tells me that that's where he wants the ball. Well, that ball was away from him, a little bit down, where he could get good extension on it.
Yep.
The pitches that he's fighting off, close enough to the zone, but have some elevation to it. Not as comfortable going after those pitches.
2-2. Hot shot, and that ball's going to skip past Escobar into left. So with 2 outs, Andrus battled and is aboard.
Where was that pitch? Where he could get his arms extended down in the zone. And that's where he had his best swing of the at-bat. He gets another pitch in that range. It's down, but that's exactly where he gets another good swing and hits this ball hard enough. Able to get it by Escobar on the high hop.
It's the first hit the Rangers have had since Brzezinski had the leadoff base hit in the 4th inning.
This is the situation you may look to see him go. So Jake got to keep an eye on him and at least keep him stopped over there.
Which is wide to Rios. 40 stolen bases for Andrus, 3rd in the league. He has been caught 7 times.
And off the lefty, if he's going to go, he's going first move.
Jake goes over there. Move. Thinking about going there
and getting a little bit more comfortable in that stance. Yeah, he got that big lead, put the hands on the knees and just let Jake come over. A one-way lead. You're drawing the throw, trying to get an idea how far you can go, what the move looks like. But regardless, with a lefty, front leg goes, if he's stealing, he's gone.
Pitch is fouled, out of play. 1-1 to Rios.
Jake is able to get that ball to home plate so quickly because of the velocity. It's not like he has a huge leg kick. And that's why off the lefties you go off first move. If as a base runner you're reading to make sure a pitcher's heading to the plate, too late.
And the pitch is a ball. Rios had stepped back, but time had not been granted. It's 2-1.
Very fortunate because this was close. Rios right here. Yeah, he's late call. Eric Cooper does not grant. The pitch is hot and a ball.
McGee continues to give Andrus attention at first. He's aboard on a 2-out single. Texas scored 2 in the second inning. The Rays 2 in the sixth. Runner goes. Pitch popped up. Backpedaling Loney. He's got it. And that will retire Texas. No runs, a hit, 1 left. Zobrist, Longoria, and Myers doing the bottom of the 8th. Tied at 2.
Check in a second time on our AT&T Twitter poll question of the night. If the Rays are in the wild card game and they advance by winning, which current divisional leader would you like the Rays to face in the next round? Hashtag TB1. The Boston Red Sox, hashtag TV2. The Tigers, hashtag TV3. The A's. Tweet your votes to @SunSportsRays. We'll have the results of the Rays Live postgame show presented by Checkers. We will also hear from Joe Madden with his press conference, Dwayne and BA with their thoughts on this one, and Kelly Nash gathering interviews. All that coming up on Rays Live presented by Checkers, guys.
All right, Todd, thanks for the update. Here we go to the bottom of the 8th. Tanner Shepard's hard-throwing right-hander in the game for Texas. And the first pitch is at 98 and off the plate inside. Ball 1 to Ben Zobrist. So a lot of heat in the top of the inning from McGee from the left side, and more of the same in the bottom of the inning from the right side. A towering pop fly. And coming in from right is Rios. Profar out there from second base, right in front of Rios, who eventually made the catch.
Yeah, and Alex Rios showing the calmness of a veteran out there in right field. You know, Profar, who they had that double play that the throw was wide on that allowed Rodriguez to get to the plate. You talk about could be a distraction. Look at this, coming right up on you in a ceiling here that's already tough sometimes to pick the baseball up, and you got a guy running out there flashing his arms right in front of you.
Evan Longoria looks at a strike. Yeah, you have any kind of distraction trying to catch a ball like that, you're in trouble.
That ball's up there so long and so high, and Rios is coming in, camping under it, and all of a sudden, if you feel like a guy's going to run into you, all it takes is for you to take one peek at him, and that ball drops in.
Low to Evan. 1 ball, 1 strike. You got much less a guy out there waving his arms, running right in your path.
Yeah. Hey, listen, guy, I got this.
Fly ball, back into left. Ducey there, not yet to the track. 2 gone. Now it's going to be Will Myers. Will extended his hitting streak to 8 with a base hit in the 6th.
This could be the one, Dwayne. This could be the roof of the restaurant in center field.
Well, you got the power pitcher and a bat that we've heard unbelievable sounds when he connects.
And it's new. Last one broke.
Yeah. So it's fresh and new.
I like it.
1 ball, no strikes, the count on Will Myers. He's had a great month of September. Close there, that straightens him up. 2 balls, no strikes. Ball 3. Staying in on Myers. Strike taken. Myers getting his first look at Shepard. Is ball 4. Pitch in on him, spinning him around, and he'll head to first.
This one awfully close too. And you see that ball just tracking in. Will just able to get out of the way of ball 4.
So Myers is aboard. Delman Young do, and Matt Joyce will pinch hit.
And don't go to sleep on Will Myers running here either. Rays may look to push the envelope with 2 outs.
Rays get a 2-out base runner. Shepard's a move over there. Will does have 5 steals, 5 of 7. Joyce after it, pops it up. Beltre coming down from third, makes the catch. The Rays get a 2-out walk, leave a man, and at the end of 8 tonight, we are tied 2-2. In the wrap-up game of this series, our coverage begins at 6:30. Matt coming out of that abbreviated start in the rain game in Minnesota. He'll be after his 16th win, and Yu Darvish with a record of 12-9 and a 279 earned run average. He has 4 1-0 losses on the year. So that's a great pitching matchup tomorrow night to conclude this 4-game series against Texas.
And both of these teams feel so good about who they're running to the mound tomorrow night that they're saying, gotta win tonight's game. Gotta win tonight's game. And here you are. You got a nail-biter tied up going into the 9th.
Texas 2-5-0, 4 left. The Rays 2-6-0, 6 left. Fernando Rodney, pitcher number 4. Archer for 6. Peralta an inning and a third. McGee 2/3, and now Fernando Rodney makes his 64th appearance. So in the tie game, the Rays have their closer Rodney in there. First pitch to Beltre. He takes a fastball, strike 1 at 96. Beltre, 2 of 8 in his career with 3 strikeouts against Fernando Rodney. Big cut, a foul ball back to the on-deck hitter, Przinsky. Up and away. Well, these hitters do up Beltre, Przinsky, and Moreland. Moreland has the best numbers against Rodney. He's 3 out of 6. 3 for 5 actually against him. A high popper off the bat of Beltre, and that ball a fair ball caught by Longoria. One gone. Now the catcher A.J. Przinsky on his way to the plate, and he's 1 of 13 with 5 strikeouts against Rodney. One and one. Rodney picked up a save Friday night in Minnesota. As the game started by Archer. Rays pitchers in that one went Archer, McGee, Peralta, and Rodney. Tonight it's been Archer, Peralta, McGee, and Rodney. Pop fly into shallow left. Rodriguez coming in. He got it. Diving head first. Straight in. Stamp that one with a star. Shawn Rodriguez, a great catch coming in from left. So Rodriguez, who tied the game with a homer in the 6th, makes a great catch in the 9th.
Now what looked like one of those hits off the bat of Przinsky that's going to fall in. Shawn Rodriguez running a long way. Head first, headlong dive, and a tremendous play here in the 9th.
You can see those eyes fixed on the flight of that baseball right into the glove. A big cut. It's a strike on Moreland at 97. Yeah, that's that typical aggravating sort of hit that Przinsky will drop in there on you.
Oh, full swing. That ball looked like it was bound to get to the turf. Shawn Rodriguez playing the game of the year for him.
It's 1-1. Shawn getting the start in left field. Hitting 6th in the lineup. 2 for 3 at the plate. Could be 3 for 3. They made a great play on him his first time up. Two balls and a strike now. Great catch here in the 9th inning in left field from Rodriguez. Shawn due to lead off the bottom of the 9th, by the way. It's all coming together. 2-1. That's a strike. 2-2.
Frozen on a changeup, middle.
The 2-2 fouled into the screen. Texas took the lead with a 2-out triple in the 2nd. The Rays tied it with a 2-out home run in the 6th. 2-2. Check swing and a hopper to 2nd. Zobrist with a throw to first. 1-2-3 go the Rangers in the 9th. Shawn Rodriguez made a great catch on the ball off the bat of Przinsky. Shawn will lead off the bottom of the 9th. This game tied 2-2. and tied atop the wild card standings in the American League. Rays 82-68, Texas 82-68, a half game up on Cleveland. Shawn Rodriguez due to lead off, and the Rays have announced David DeJesus as the pinch hitter. Washington sent Sheppers out there, and now he'll go to the bullpen on the Metro PCS call to the bullpen. And may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form. The accounts and description of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the Tampa Bay Rays. Neil Cott's out there on the hill now, entering the game for Texas. And David DeJesus, who had been announced as the pinch hitter for Shawn Rodriguez, will match up against Cott's. Interesting in that in Monday's game, take that back, Tuesday's game, which would have been last night, Cott's pitched the 7th inning. Pitch is down. DeJesus is 4 of 6 lifetime against Cott's. And in that game yesterday, DeJesus was lifted so that Shawn Rodriguez could pinch hit against Cott's. And the exact reverse of that has occurred tonight as a result of all this maneuvering, with Rodriguez due to lead off, Sheppers out there, then the pinch hitter DeJesus. Now with Rodriguez lifted and DeJesus announced, Sheppers is gone, Cott's is in, and so they do get the matchup, Cott's and DeJesus, in which DeJesus is 4 for 6 against this particular pitcher, even though he's left-handed.
I think that Joe was setting this matchup up in last night's game.
Well, the managers have to think ahead and be 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 steps ahead. In this case, a day ahead. It's a completely different time zone. 2-1 now. The pitch skied into center. Martin makes the catch. That's the first out here in the bottom of the 9th inning. James Loney will match up against Cott's.
I think you'll see James Loney in this at bat. Every once in a while, you see him kind of come unglued on a swing and try to hit a ball for some power, and he has plenty of it. And this may be one of those instances. He does have a couple of home runs off lefties on the season. Not a bad time here to take a shot.
Well, he's hit 312 off lefties coming into the game tonight. And a strike call by Eric Cooper. One and one. With the screen, right back foul. Sets the count at a ball, 2 strikes. Luke Scott has emerged on deck with Molina due up. So Luke's apparently going to pinch hit for Molina. Takes the count to 2-2. Kotz has been very good. He has limited right-handed hitters to a 169 average. And lefties just a little over 200. And he strikes out Loney. So 2 outs. Now Molina's going to be lifted. Here's Luke Scott. Kotz had been at Round Rock until the Rangers recalled him from the minor leagues on May the 21st. Luke bounces the first pitch foul. Two teams have divided the first 2 games. They're tied 2-2 in the bottom of the 9th inning in Game 3. Wave and a miss. 1-2.
Well, fastball there by Kotz, and Luke Scott is going to have a good rip at it here.
Yeah, you'd like to see Luke connect on that pitch.
Well, we would be getting ready for the postgame show is what we'd be doing.
Foul back. Fastball. Rays tied it on the Shawn Rodriguez home run in the 6th. Is out on strikes on the cutter. We go to the 10th inning tonight. Extra innings tied 2-2. gave up 2 in the second on the triple by Martin on a ball that was misplayed in center field, scoring Moreland and Profar. The Rays got even in the bottom of the 6th. A 2-out, 2-run home run by Shawn Rodriguez. That came off Derek Holland. So the Rays tied it in the 6th inning. Archer worked 5, Holland worked 5. Game has been in the hands of the bullpen since the 7th inning. And right now, the latest entry is Jamie Wright on to work the 10th inning and making his 61st appearance. Jamie worked a 1-2-3 ninth in relief of Alex Cobb here on Monday. Ducey takes the pitch, and that's a strike. Breaking ball right there.
Yeah, that's something that Jamie Wright loves to see. Fastball strike 1, and then you get a guy to fish after this breaking ball right here, and you say to yourself, okay, maybe there's not much that he won't go after. So being up in the count 0-2, firmly in the driver's seat, a lot of options here for Jamie. He's not going to go that far out.
1 ball, 2 strikes. Chopper going to be foul. Hold the count. Yankees beat the Blue Jays. It's a 4-3 final. Indians batting in the 7th, and Kansas City trailing the Royals 4-2. The Red Sox and the Orioles are tied 3-3, top of the 9th in Boston. Broken bat, look out, the ground ball out to Zobrist. The bat wound up back at Jamie Wright, and he may have had a little kick save with his heel on the barrel end of that bat on that one.
He gets in on a Ducey here, little cutter, and yeah, get out of the way, and that catches the back of that left leg.
Jurickson Profar now the hitter. Got around his feet. Profar walked and scored a run in the 2nd, otherwise 0 for 2. Chopper first base, nice hop right there for Loney. And on the easy play, Profar is the 2nd out.
Tell you what, this is one of the main reasons, and we've seen it get better and better and better as the season's gone along. Joe Madden does not mind Jamie Wright on left-handed hitters. You think an awful lot about his sinker, the ability to get a ground ball, but he's got a very sneaky cutter, too, that he has used on the first 2 lefties here in this inning to record the outs, breaking the bat of a Ducey and getting weak contact by Profar. Nice little weapon for Jamie.
Here's Martin. Short is on the bat. Takes the pitch for a strike. He hit the line drive to center field back in the 2nd. That turned out to be a 2-run triple. Curveball is low. Wright follows Rodney. Fernando Rodney worked a 1-2-3 9th inning. 2 balls and a strike. The feet of Lobaton. Jose Lobaton in doing the catching after Molina was lifted.
And that's what makes that pitch from right so special. That cutter in on the lefty, because if he gets it to his spot, there is not much you can do with it besides hit it off the label, get jammed, hit the ball into your front leg.
And he got him. Strikes him out. A little harder on the curveball, and 1-2-3 go the Texas Rangers. We're tied 2-2. Beef jerky all season long. Jack Link's beef jerky. Feed your wild side. Rays coming to bat in the bottom of the 10th inning, sending Yunel Escobar up there against Joakim Soria. Rays have won 7 and lost 7 extra inning games. The Rangers have won 3 and lost 7. Soria makes his 22nd appearance. He pitched 1 inning last night. That was the 6th when he followed Alexi Ogando into the game. Big cut there by Escobar, and he goes down to one knee after fouling off that pitch. First pitch fastball, and he was going for it.
Well, these kind of situations, everybody wants to be the hero. Everybody wants to drive in the game winner. Yunel Escobar trying to do that all with that swing right there. And listen, he's got a big swing, and it only gets bigger in these kind of instances.
0-2.
He's like, give me one more. Give me one more right there. I will not miss this one.
Slow breaking ball. Went from the low 90s to the high 60s with that pitch. And he lays off. 2-2. strikes. Got him with a slider. So Escobar's the first out in the 10th inning. It moves the lineup around to the top side, and it will be Desmond Jennings. There's Escobar's strikeout.
And he knew it, too. Try to get that back as quickly as possible. Eric Cooper was all over that call. And Soria, a couple of fastballs to get ahead, and then a bunch of breaking balls to finally put him away.
Desmond facing Soria for the first time. Pitch is a strike. The breaking pitch again. That slow curve. 1-1. Boston batting in the bottom of the ninth, tied with Baltimore 3-3. Base hit through the hole on the left side, and the Rays have a base runner. Second hit of the night for Jennings, so that'll put him aboard and get Ben Zobrist to the plate. And Ben does have a little success in his history against Soria.
Now this breaking ball just kind of rolls into the zone and stays up. That allows Desmond to put a good swing on it, hammer it into the hole between short and third, and get that dangerous speed onto the base pass for the Rays.
Speed at first, and Zobrist 2 for 5 with a home run in his career against Soria. Been 0 for 4 tonight. Toss over there. Courtesy call. Jennings easily back in. There's a shot, but it's going to be foul. Boy, he jumped on that fastball, but it was a little early. Strike one. Desmond, 20 steals. Soria came back from Tommy John surgery, emerged as a closer in Kansas City. 0-2.
Well, he had a couple of seasons with the Royals of 40-plus saves, so he was one of the preeminent closers in the American League. And so that's the gamble that Texas took. Sign him, rehab him, and then hope that he comes back anywhere near what he once was.
Little foul ball. That slow curveball again on the 0-2 pitch, and just a little bit of it to hang in there for Zobrist.
Yeah, that's all you're trying to do if you're Ben right now. Just 2 strikes, try to put the ball in play, keep fighting, hope that Soria makes a mistake that you can take a good swing at and hammer.
Fastball fouled. Longoria's on deck. Both Zobrist and Longoria 0 for 4 tonight. Jennings again drawing some attention at first. One more time, and Desmond is back in standing up. Desmond on for the third time with the 10th inning single. One ball, 2 strikes.
You get a pitcher worried so much about Desmond Jennings over at first base, and listen, he should be. Desmond can swipe a bag. He's got good speed. You've got to pay attention to him. But this is where Desmond is valuable, even if he doesn't go. You get a pitcher thinking a little bit too much about you over there, and then all of a sudden the delivery to the plate may not be where he wants it.
Ground ball, shortstop. Andrus will step on the bag and make the throw to complete the double play. 6-3. And the Rays get a base hit but do not score in the 10th. We go into the 11th. Texas 2, Rays 2. Beef jerky all season long. Jack Link's beef jerky. Feed your wild side. Tropicana Field tonight. Rays and the Rangers playing for the wild card lead with identical records right now. Cleveland a half game back of the second spot. Ian Kinsler will lead off the 11th inning with Roberto Hernandez becoming the 6th Rays pitcher tonight.
Well, the Rays banking on Roberto Hernandez with that quick tempo, good sinker, working down in the zone with that sinker and changeup as he faces this top of the Rangers order.
He faces Ian Kinsler. Hernandez was in the game last night. The Rays utilized 7 pitchers, and Roberto was in the game for 2/3 of an inning, gave up a hit and a walk. He faced Kinsler and got him on a ground ball to third. This pitch winds up at the backstop, and the count is 2-0. He got ahead of Kinsler last night, and then Kinsler, with one foul ball after another, extended the at bat before he finally grounded out third to first. 2 balls and a strike to count right now. So Jamie Wright worked 1 inning, picked up a strikeout. It's 3-1. Archer 6, Peralta an inning and a third, McGee 2/3, and Rodney for 1, Wright for 1, and now Roberto Hernandez. 3-1, and Kinsler tried to leverage a fastball there with a big uppercut.
Bad idea for two reasons. Number one, this is ball 4, and number two, Hernandez gets a fastball down there. You're not doing anything but bouncing into a 6'4", 6'3", 5'3". Tough on a 6'4".
Foul ball.
Keep thinking there's a shift on here. The crazy Rays shift. But yeah, I mean, that's the thing with Hernandez. The ball comes out of his hand down in the zone. You're better off to lay off. That ball's going to continue to sink and take its way out of the zone, or you're going to pound it right into the ground. That's what he wants you to do.
3-2, and a fly ball back into left field. DeJesus to the wall, and he makes the catch. DeJesus stayed right with it on the warning track and back to the wall with a little leaping grab. One away.
Well, that's the only chance you get. Anything with a little elevation. I think that's what Kinsler was banking on the entire at-bat. He finally gets it, but he doesn't get all of it. It's going to be close. DeJesus has a beat on it. Makes the play.
So that's out number 1 in the 11th. Andrus walked last night against Hernandez. He takes the pitch for a ball. Hit by a pitch.
How many times have we seen Roberto Hernandez clip a right-handed hitter on a ball that doesn't sink, but it's elevated, has a lot of run, and that's what that does right there. When he gets the ball up in the zone, it has a little bit of movement on it, but it'll be side-to-side movement, not that good down towards the dirt movement. That one clips Andrus, and now you got to. Right now, you got to worry about the running game with Texas because teams have run on Roberto Hernandez, and Andrus one of the best in the league.
Yeah, you'd think that's a cinch.
Yeah,
right here,
trying to create some offense. It's just a matter of when is he going to go.
Alex Torres up in the bullpen.
He's not,
and Joe Madden's going to come out of the pen, and that's a lot of the thinking. A lot of the thinking with Andrus over there at first base. So that's it for Roberto. Back with Torres in a moment. It's 7 again tonight with his latest pitching change. Roberto Hernandez faced 2 hitters, retired one, hit the other one, and with speed at first, Alex Torres, the left-hander, is going to get the call.
Well, Alex is on now for the 35th time in 52 in the third innings, 55 strikeouts, a 1.55 earned run average with that opponent's average. Very sterling, 145, and he will be facing Alex Rios, the number 3 hitter in this Rangers lineup.
Alex in the game for an inning and a third. Gave up the 1 hit last night. Now here's Rios. First pitch taken up and away. Starts him with a change. Stays high. 2-0. Rios getting his first look at Alex Torres. Pop up. Foul ball. Lobatone's after it. And he makes the catch. Loney came in just in case, but Lobatone takes care of Rios for the second out. Adrian Beltre is up here. Jim Hickey with a quick trip to the mound before they face Beltre.
Well, you do this when the pitching coach has a definite idea of what he wants done here. This isn't a mechanical issue. This is nothing more than what he wants done with Adrian Beltre, specifically going over it with Torres and Lobatone. This is where the Rays are so very well prepared, and Jim Hickey does a great job of studying reports, watching videotape to make sure it matches up with those reports, and has a great idea of how they want to attack hitters on a given team.
So Beltre 0 for 4 tonight. 1 for 4 in the game last night. And 0 for 3 with a walk in game 1 of the series on Monday. We just hope they can keep him quiet one more night. The rest of this one and tomorrow night. Andrews over at first. And a big cut by Beltre. He got the first pitch fastball and was trying to unload.
No question to what the motive was there.
Moves it back a bit. 1-1. Pretty close right there. Rays wanted that call.
Yeah, that's a big difference. 2-1, 1-2. It's a close fastball. Lobatone gets around it, tries to bring it right in there. Eric Cooper right on top of it says no way.
Yep, he's not going to bite. And neither did Beltre. 3-1. Change up. A 3-1 count. And strike two at the knees. 3-1 change.
Wouldn't be surprised to see a 3-2 change either.
Just enough of the zone. Three and two the count.
Slice, yeah. There's a little sly smile there to Alex Torres. You know, here you go, 2 outs, 3-2 count. And this is where if you are running, you are going to make sure that the pitcher is headed towards home plate. Not stealing here, just getting a good jump and a good break.
Three-two. Down the right side, foul. That's going to make its way into the stands. He did come with another 3-2 changeup.
Well, 3 in a row, and now you can go back to going either way. You've thrown 3 in a row. The hitter might say, well, with 3 in a row, what's 4 in a row? Or you can pop that fastball.
Three-two again. And a high foul up the right side again. And that's out of play. Rios on the foul pop handled by Lobatone. Next pitch will be the 8th pitch of this at bat. Time, 3-2. Line drive, going to be a base hit into right center. Myers with the pickup, and they're going to wave Andrus to the plate. Here's the throw, and he is safe. Texas takes the lead. That ball into right center, and Myers took too much time getting to the ball and getting rid of it.
Two things. That's what scares guys. It scares managers. When you get into that situation, you can put a guy in motion in a full count situation. So he's off and running. A ball out into right center field. And watch Will Myers. There's not the real sense of urgency you'd like to see in getting to this ball. And he's just throwing this ball into the infield. All the while, the runner has not stopped. That is a huge error. Huge mental error for the Rays right there. Never slowed down, and that play was made as if it was just a single with 2 outs and nobody on base.
So Beltre winds up at second, and Andrus scores the go-ahead run to make it 3-2. Here's Brzezinski. The pitch misses ball 1.
Well, that hurts.
Yep.
That hurts, and now that puts the onus back on the offense to try to bail Will Myers and the Rays out in the bottom half of this inning, because that ball, it wasn't even a gapper. I mean, a gapper, yes, but you had to come in on it, and the guy scored from first base.
1-1. The Rays will have Longoria, Myers, and then Joyce in the DH spot due up.
Well, Longoria gets on, Myers pops one out, all's forgiven.
Yep. You started to see that develop when there wasn't that great sense of urgency from the outset, and you went, and you look up and you see that the runner, Andrus, had never broken stride. His idea was to score.
Yep.
to be aggressive, and that's what they did.
Well, you got Gary Pettis down there at third base that is waving him in. He's watching the play happen behind Andrus. And so he sees there's no sense of urgency coming in after the ball, and then he sees the pickup and just the throw in as if you're throwing the ball into second base. Not even, making that strong throw towards the plate or even a strong throw in.
Krasinski out on strikes. That retires the side. But Texas comes up with a run. We go to the bottom of the 11th, 3-2 Texas. His trek around the bases. Some aggressive base running, taking advantage of a bit of lethargy on the part of the Rays. And it's 3-2 Texas as the Rays come in to bat in the bottom of the 11th. They'll be facing Joe Nathan, the veteran closer.
Now, not an easy task, but the Rays offense has to step up here, and at least you've got the middle of the lineup coming up, Longoria and Myers. First two due up.
Longoria takes a pitch high. Craig Gentry's in the game and left defensively. I've been looking for his first hit tonight. Nathan pitching for the second straight night. Pitched on the 9th day last night. They just hadn't had an opportunity, hadn't had the lead, and they were finally up 7-1. He just needed some work. Pitched an inning. And that's strike one, 2-1 on Longoria.
Yeah, and that right there, if you're Joe Nathan, that's a gutsy pitch to make. A slider for a strike. Evan Longoria, of course, in that situation is selling out for the fastball. That's why you saw that little half swing.
Fastball foul back, 2-2. Popped up. It's Profar. One gone in the 11th. Will Myers bats now. Myers walked in the 8th. He's singled in the 6th. upstairs. Ball, no strikes. At the knees. Myers singled last night off Nathan. And now behind in the count, taking the fastball to 93 for a strike. Upstairs, 2-2. One out, base is empty. Rays down by a run in the 11th. Matt Joyce on deck and Will Myers in the box with a 2-2 count. And he's out on strikes. The hard slider strikes him out.
You know, you can see that close-up camera angle on Joe Nathan as he, both times, to Longoria and to Myers, 2-2, saying to himself, here it is, make a pitch, make a pitch. And boy, did he make one there.
So the Rays are down to their final out in this game. Matt Joyce entered the game as a pinch hitter in the 8th. Takes the pitch away. Been a difficult month of September for Matt Joyce. Popped out to third in the 8th as a pinch hitter. That's a strike. Soria and Hernandez are the pitchers of record. Joyce takes this one in the dirt. 2-1. Time call. Texas came in with a 6-game losing streak, dropped the first game, and then beat the Rays last night to even the series at a game apiece. They were up 3-2 in the 11th. Joyce fouls it out of play. The count squares, 2 balls, 2 strikes. Soria looking on. That's Torres from the Rays dugout. Soria, the pitcher of record for the Texas Rangers. Nathan trying to close it out, and Matt Joyce trying to give the Rays some hope. He takes ball 3 upstairs. Full count.
Matt, one pitch, make a mistake. Either way, you're able to swing the bat, take a walk, extend this inning, get a base runner on there. I'm sure you'll see.
3-2, and he fouls it away. Baltimore and Boston in the bottom of the 11th, tied 3-3 at Fenway. Kansas City has a 5-2 lead on Cleveland in the bottom of the 8th at Kansas City. Joyce does draw the walk. And so the Rays have their hopes still alive. 2-out walk by Matt Joyce drawn against Nathan. And David DeJesus will be the hitter.
Well, you knew this was going to happen. Matt Joyce works the walk. Good at bat by Matt. And now Freddie Guzman. And this is the reason. You talk about, you wonder why the Rays do things. These are the situations. Get some speed on the base pass. 2 outs.
Guzman had been playing in Mexico, and he is the designated runner on this team now. A move to first. He's back in. "32-year-old Guzman. In Mexico this year, 73 steals in 99 games.
A pretty big lead, too. A really big lead.
First pitch to Jesus. Takes ball 1. Kansas City is now opened a 7-2 lead on Cleveland. Still batting in the bottom of the 8th. Here the Rays trying to stay alive in the bottom of the 11th. Down by a run. Guzman back in at first. That is an extended lead by Freddie Guzman. Guzman, big league time with the Yankees back in 2009. Jesus fouls it away. In fact, Guzman's last major league appearance was with the Yankees on October 3rd, 2009, in a game against the Rays here at the Trop. And he picked up a stolen base. And scored a run. The Rays would like to reenact that right here.
How about that? 4 years later, find your way.
Nathan again to first.
Well, there's not much Nathan, is able to do about it. He's paying attention to him, but Guzman, he's got that left foot at the cut. That's a pretty good size lead for the speedster.
Pitch upstairs. Now 2-1.
And here's the thing. All 3 pitches here by Nathan have been elevated. They've been up in the zone. And that is a tendency. You got a base stealer on first base. You want to be quick to the plate. You start to rush a little bit. When you rush, the arm drags. Pitches stay up. That's what you're hoping for. You get one of these pitches out over the plate elevated, and DeJesus can put a hurt on it.
Guzman, the pitch is a strike, and the throw will not be in time. He's in with the steal.
And I think Joe Nathan recognized the same thing. Trying to be quick to the plate. He was leaving pitches up. He went with the high leg kick there, tried to get better stuff, and that was the right pitch to run on. He picked the perfect pitch. Watch Nathan with the high leg kick, and that allowed Freddie Guzman to get a great jump and get in just ahead of the throw. Not much you could do there with that leg kick of Nathan. Close.
It was
Too
close indeed. He's at second base. 2-2 the count on DeJesus. DeJesus 3 of 17 lifetime against Nathan. Now the 2-2. Ground ball and up the middle. Base hit into center. That will score Guzman in this game. It's time. Down to their final strike. The Rays tie it at 3 here in the 11th.
Well, that's all it takes. Another opportunity and a hanger there by Nathan.
And DeJesus, all he's looking to do is just put the ball in play right back up the middle, and he knows that the speed of Guzman, no one's going to get him.
So the Rays have come back to tie it here in the 11th. Now it's James Loney against Nathan. DeJesus ducks back in at first. Well, how about that? The Rays, right at the end of August, signed Guzman. Had him working out at the Rays complex in Port Charlotte. They activate him to do exactly what he did there, pinch run and steal a base. And he has scored a run. Loney takes it high. So he's got a streak going here at the Trop. Back in October of '09, a steal and a run scored, and he continues that streak, a steal and a run scored tonight.
How about the 2-out at bat by Joyce to draw that walk and give him the opportunity?
Loney takes one close for ball 2. 2-0. Boy, a big moment here in the bottom of the 11th for the Rays to pull even. DeJesus returns to the bag head first.
Yeah, well, and he was leaning. He was leaning. He had to get off that right leg and get back in. You can see with DeJesus and how big that lead was by Guzman.
Upstairs. 3-0.
Now you remember Guzman, he had the left foot at the cut. You knew that was a big lead, an aggressive lead, paid off. Nathan on the verge of DeJesus in the scoring position.
And a strike taken by Loney. Jose Lobaton would be next. Runner goes. The pitch is a strike. No throw. Loney on a check swing and a stolen base by DeJesus.
I wonder if A.J. Brzezinski popped up out of there thinking that was ball 4. This is a borderline pitch.
So DeJesus gets a big steal, moving into scoring position. Full count on Loney. Well, DeJesus got a ground ball up the middle. He's now at second, hoping Loney can do the same thing. It's 3-2 to Loney. Line drive up the right side, but it's foul. And will one hop into the seats. Well, Nathan got the first two, Longoria and Myers. But Joyce worked the walk. Guzman ran for him, stole second, and scored on the base hit by DeJesus, who likewise has stolen second. In scoring position with a full count on Loney. And a cut and a miss. Loney out on strikes on a 3-2 slider, and the Rays are out, but they pick up a run to keep this game going. The stolen base by Guzman and the base hit by David DeJesus. Rays and the Rangers are tied at 3, headed into the 12th. Managed with 2 outs to score the tying run in the bottom of the inning. So we move on to the 12th inning. David DeJesus driving in Guzman with the third Rays run. Freddie Guzman pinch running after Matt Joyce had drawn the walk, and DeJesus got the RBI. Alex Torres, who finished the 11th, will open the 12th inning. Mitch Moreland is due, but Jeff Baker will pinch hit. He'll pinch hit for Moreland against the lefty Torres. And Baker takes a big cut and misses strike one. One and one. Texas got 2 runs in the second inning to take the lead. There's a line drive headed toward the wall. One hop. DeJesus plays the carom. The throw back to second, and Baker's in with a leadoff double. Pinch hit double for the Texas Rangers, and now they have a man in scoring position, and we'll get a pinch runner. Adam Rosales will pinch run.
And Longoria coming in and setting that infield defense here with the pinch runner. Opportunity here maybe for a bunt by Craig Gentry. Try to move that runner Rosales to third. See what the Rays employ.
Gentry entered the game for Ducey in the 11th. They're showing the bunt there, and the pitch is high. Gary Pettis relaying signs for Ron Washington. A ball, no strikes to Gentry. Rays also get the right-hander Gomes up in the bullpen. Gentry full cut. It's 1-1. There's Gomes in the bullpen. Royals beat the Indians 7-2. One to Gentry. 2 balls and a strike. Gentry takes another pitch high. 3 balls and a strike.
Right now, Alex Torres just having trouble finding that zone. Sometimes you'll see a pitcher get distracted by a guy squaring around a bunt.
Three and 1 to count. And Gentry draws the walk.
Just could not make the adjustment. Every time Gentry squared around, the ball really nowhere near the zone. And so you got to figure right here, Profar, first and second, he's going to be squaring around. And this is where you have an opportunity. You can run the wheel play here to try to get the runner at third. These are the instances that you have that play in your playbook. You want to cut down a lead runner at third base late in a game that's important like this. It's tied up. And that's where everybody crashes. Escobar is going to get out ahead of Rosales to cover third. And the idea is Loney, Longoria crash, Torres crashes, and you get to the ball as quickly as you can, and you feed Escobar at third base. See if that's what they do.
Profar shows the bunt and pops it foul out of the reach of Lobaton. Strike 1.
And the Rays did not decide to do that, just playing the standard bunt defense. Profar may do him a favor here.
Rosales on second. Gentry the runner at first. First 2 men aboard now. Profar bunts third base side. Back to second. And out there the call. So they get Rosales over to third. Longoria goes to second to Escobar to get a force on Gentry.
Boy, that was a bang play. It's fortunate for the Rays. Profar bunted this so hard, and Longoria gets to it quickly, makes the throw. You see they do just get the sliding Gentry, and so now you got runners at first and third, 1 out.
Yeah, Martin will be the hitter, and Joe Madden on his way to the mound. So a first and third, one out situation. And Madden with a strategy session going on the hill.
Oh, yeah. This is good. You know, and Joe leaves the pitcher there, Alex Torres, with that little sly grin, like, you know what, just it's going to work. And that little sense of confidence as he walks off the mound. Ray's in a spot here, but feeling good about what Joe has planned for this situation.
Well, it's going to be Martin, who had such a big night last night and hit the line drive back in the second inning that turned out to be a triple driving in two. He's 1 for 4 tonight. And he can run as well. He can bunt, he can run. So let's see what Texas tries to do here. A move to first. That's Profar over there. So a lot of possibilities in this situation, given the abilities of the hitter and the runners.
This is the first and third that the Rays love.
Yep.
One out, the safety squeeze. There's a lot that could go on here. And you see how far Martin is choked up on the bat.
That first pitch inside. A fastball. 1 ball, no strikes.
There's a lot at work here, including the sweat on my palms.
Gonzalez, the pinch runner at third. 1 out. Profar, the runner at first. And Martin fouls it, takes a full cut.
Maybe at ball 2. That had some late life on it, late run in on Martin. Watch this ball take off a little bit. Yeah, that ball's out of the zone. Martin goes after it.
Lefty against lefty. The Rays pull Escobar and Zobrist closer. Cut to miss. Martin missed the fastball, and Torres had something extra on that one.
Well, Martin has gone out of the zone twice. Tough to get that one. 95. Right at your shins.
Torres has worked the count now to 1-2 against Martin. Runner takes off from first. 2-2 the count. That pitch down and in. So Profar with that infield in ran behind the defense up to second base on indifference.
You ever seen that indifference in a tie ball game?
No.
Neither have I. Neither have I.
2 balls, 2 strikes. Tapper fouled. Martin again now with 2 strikes. He's even more aggressive. Everything he swings at is out of the zone.
He swung 3 times, and there hasn't been a strike yet. This may be the worst of the bunch. How in the world do you get to that? And you're choked up.
The 2-2 from Torres. And a little soft pop going to be caught by Escobar. And the runners remain at second and third. Just a little humpbacker caught by Escobar toward the middle. Here it is again.
Now again, running in, and it jams him. There's just nothing on this. And even with the infield in, that ball's not even going to get to the bag. Easy play. What a job. What a job.
2 outs. Now Madden comes out to make the pitching change, and a fine job by Torres. Back in a moment. Job by Alex Torres. 2 outs now with men at second and third. Ian Kinsler is going to be the hitter, and Brandon Gomes becomes the 8th pitcher of this ball game for the Rays.
Brandon Gomes is going to think one pitch at a time. One pitch, one spot, execute it, move on. You need 1 out and get this Rays lineup a chance to win it in the bottom of the 12th. Retired Ian Kinsler.
Kinsler 0 for 5, hit the ball to the wall and left in the 11th. Now facing Gomes in the 12th. Gomes with a fastball, strike 1. Kinsler 1 of 4 with a couple strikeouts against Gomes. That hit was a home run.
That ball across the plate. You talk about one pitch at a time, pick a spot, a pitch, and execute. Done that perfectly through 2.
2-strike pitch. He got him. He strikes him out, and the Rays get out of that jam. How about that, folks? Texas got the leadoff double. And the Rays get out of all that, still tied 3-3. A predicament, if you will. Texas leaving 2 men on base, and on to the bottom of the 12th we go.
Outfoxed and out-executed. The Rays afford themselves this opportunity to push one across the board and end this game.
New pitcher, Joseph Ortiz. Ortiz pitched here on Monday night. Pitched a couple innings. Picked up a strikeout, gave up no runs. And he follows Nathan to the mound. Rosales now in there at first base after calling him into the game to pinch run. Jose Lobaton fouls the first pitch, leading off the bottom of the 12th. Strike one. Fastball from Ortiz. Two. Tone out in front of the off-speed pitch. Line drive, base hit into center. Lobaton's aboard. So the Rays put the leadoff man on. And now Lobaton will be lifted for the pinch runner, Sam Fole. How about that 0-2 pitch?
Way too good. You can see the reaction by both Ortiz and Pierzynski right here. Went right down the middle on the fastball. And Lobaton, to his credit, takes full advantage.
So the Rays put some speed aboard, and Sam Fole Escobar shows the bunt, takes the pitch high. Escobar with 4, sacrifice bunt. And he fouls this one. It's 1-1. Rays picking up their 9th hit. Beltre all the way in at third. It's fouled.
Swing away.
So it's 1-2.
Swing away.
Beltre, he could have done everything except shake hands maybe with Escobar, as close as he was down that third base line.
And you see that bat. If Escobar wants to get that bunt down, that's got to be out in front of the plate. You know, good angle created. You just catch the ball with that bat. That bat is angled back behind the plate. Almost a 0% chance of getting that ball into fair territory.
Escobar continues to show the bunt, and he chops it. He's going to get the job done. Ortiz with the throw to first. They get him at first base, and up to second base goes Sam Fole. So 1-2 in the count. Escobar does get the job done.
You get 3 chances, and I'll tell you what, that was a dicey play there for the Rangers. Coming in, Ortiz getting that ball, making a low throw to Profar.
Yeah, you had visions of that ball skipping by first.
Yeah, well, look at that ball. He actually bunted that right off the plate. Fortunate bounce.
So the Rays have Fole at second base. with 1 out. And here's Desmond Jennings.
Desmond, a good night already. This would just cap it off. Base hit. Let's go home.
Hit by pitch in the 3rd, doubled in the 5th, and a base hit in the 10th. And that's strike 1 out in front. Desmond thinking fastball on the first pitch. And time called. Full jockeying back and forth off second as time was called. Ortiz was just about set to make the delivery. Inside. 1-1. Joe Madden using all the extra pieces that the expanded roster allows. The Rays have managed to push this game into extra innings. Tie it again in the 11th. And a base hit into right field for Jennings. Here comes Fuld. Rays win it. Rays win it in 12. Desmond Jennings wins it on the solid base hit to right. Big win for the Rays here tonight at the Trop. Joyce, who drew that big walk for the Rays in the 11th.